What's going on? How's it going, folks? We are playing some tournament action today. Probably not going to be too involved past that, but I assume we're going to get some pretty good games in here. I'm pretty hopeful about it at the very least. So, we're going to see what we can do. We'll go ahead and start setting up. It's going to be a matchup against the Vampire Coast, which is interesting for sure. I think we're going to start out by map banning Putrefying Carcass. That map is no bueno for Khorne. Not maneuverable enough there, and there's a lot of shenanigans with line of sight. That makes it pretty unpleasant to play on. It can be incredibly difficult to avoid getting locked out by missiles on that map, and I really cannot afford that against the Vampire Coast. They'll just pummel the crap out of you, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. It becomes very agonizing in short order. We're gonna see what else we can get done here, though. I think we've got some, we've got a good opportunity and some good odds here. I don't think there's gonna be anything too terrifying that we're gonna have to fret about. Really just need to get set up here with our army and have the right kinds of tools available for ourselves, because there's definitely some really annoying stuff that the Vampire Coast, or the Vampire Coast can throw out that we do need to account for. So, we'll see what we can do about it all. What else do I need here? Could go with one more of these guys. Maybe some more throwing axes isn't a bad idea. Don't see the chariot being all that useful, so probably avoid that. I do really like fleshhounds, although they're not that good into undead typically. That can often get a little bit hazardous, so maybe some Forsaken are the way to go. We definitely need some answers for Mournghouls. Throwing axes are like an acceptable version, but Minotaurs are just way better against the Mournghouls because of the ITP on the Minos. Bloodgreed gives it at base, so they actually hold in a lot better with that available. Let's see what we can do against Adler. I've played them before, and they did beat me, so this is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm definitely not going to have, like, a free and easy matchup for my first game. But that's pretty exciting, honestly. It's a good way to get some time and practice against something a little bit different in terms of play style, potentially. First rainy day of fall sounds really nice, honestly. I just went with Torpid Tuesday because it's a nice alliteration. It's fairly lethargic though. Although I did work out earlier, so you know. I guess after that I'm feeling a little bit more set for being lazy the rest of today. Alright, so we have our double cultist build. This is looking like a Khorne OG build, outside of Skulltaker. Skulltaker, of course, is, you know, from Omens. He's fairly unique. We are going to use the Marauders out on the flank. These guys can shift over a little bit more. We'll get this Marauder in here. Where's old Skulltaker? He's like all the way over here. I don't think fighting on the #1 is a good idea at all. We're gonna have to play on the tree lines here to avoid as much of the missile fire as possible. I think we can actually do that fairly safely. Getting up in there is going to make it very difficult for the Vampire Coast to remove us out of a very nice position to intercept reinforcements, and then also get up on the #2 objective when the time comes. So that's kind of the game plan. Yeah, I agree, dude. That's very fair. My opponent ready? Okay, they're ready. They say they are, at least. Ooh, double gunnery white. 2 Carronades, huge arty line. A bunch of bomber mobs. This is something that I can work around. I think I can have a pretty good matchup into this enemy army. Cultists actually bully the living crap out of Noctilus. He really struggles against them. That Carronade seriously shoot through all of these trees here? Are you kidding me? What is that, dude? That's a little annoying. It's firing through an entire stand of trees, and it's perfectly threading the needle every time so far. So we get beat up a little bit, but we're going to hide in the forest here. I don't really want to send forward my horsemen to go get shot up some more on the #2. Trying to preserve their HP is going to be a pretty good idea. They'll jump out when the time is right. We'll just offer up Marauders, mostly, for the time being, for the Carronades to shoot, because allowing Chaos Warriors and stuff like that to get slapped up is not really the way. We're gonna try and avoid it as much as possible. Oh my fucking god. Double Carronade slaps my cultist in the face. Opponent already off to a pretty good start with some really good damage out of the artillery line. That's not a good sign for me right off the bat. We'll develop out maybe a little bit of back pressure and see what we can do about it. And we'll get a Minotaur. See if we can get my opponent a little bit more worried about it. Now that these guys are actually in the tree line, you can see the artillery is having a much harder time hitting them. But we're going to get over here and we're going to go after these gunnery whites, because they're a little out of position right now. And my opponent with some really good kite, getting away there. Trying to dodge as much as possible. We're back in the trees, and we're going to just stay here for the time being. Skulltaker's going to come forward. We're going to dodge and avoid arty fire with him as well. We We need to keep the bomber mobs from nailing me. It's just definitely something that I'm going to have to be very aware of. We're just going for the tree line. Gonna hide in here, avoid as much damage as possible. We're gonna get some Furies around the outside here. It's deckhand mobs sitting on that as it stands for the time being. Let's get away from here because the bomber mobs are getting up like they want to start bombarding me. And I can't really afford to allow that to take place. This is actually the perfect army to summon Furies out on. And I think now we're going to ramp up some pressure on my opponent here. So Furies are kind of hovering and waiting for opportunities here. Let's get this cultist away, actually. And let's go blitz some of these bomber mobs right now, because that should be pretty nice for me. Let's get Marauders in. That is going to be a spellcast from my opponent. Let's get up through there and get all these guys forward and get my Marauders around the flank. Did a lot of damage. Not loving that. The Carronade shut down for the time being, which is good for me. Not getting a whole lot of headway currently. But we are going to be able to get on all the bomber mobs now, which is super important. I need to be able to shred those guys. And the Lamprey's Revenge, we're going to start hammering with the throwing axes. Because they just absolutely delete those super obnoxious crabs. The Crabbo Stabbo I don't really want to mess with right now. Let's get up in the air. Come on. Skull Taker. Just dodge some of this artillery fire. Let's pull back with him and actually just go get him back in the trees, because he doesn't really need to be getting shot up any more than he already has been. We're going to pop this here. It's going to be pretty nice, and we're going to get my Bloodletter Summon into this fight here. Man, there's the Morn Ghouls, but we've killed the Rotting Leviathans, which is awesome. Or not the Rotting Leviathans, the Prometheans, I should say, rather. Done a really good job of clearing that out. We've got a nice value lead as it stands currently. Need my Furies to go dive. We're going to get a Fury into the Carronade back here. One of them did go down, actually, which is huge. Need my Horsemen out of that fight, because there's not anything that they're going to be able to do, really. We're going to get up in here, we're going to get in here, we're going to get in here. We've got a shit ton of supplies, so that's going to be double Forsaken Summon, and then we'll get another Fury in. Let's get up and out. What's going on with all these Chaos Warriors? All of them running away. We're going to drop our sword here, because that's actually a really good opportunity. And we'll try and get my Bloodletter Summon out. We delete 2 units there, which is massive. Maybe even 3 units, honestly. Yeah, my opponent's just pushed so far off the points currently. Animated Hulks are doing damage, but I think Skulltaker is going to kill Noctilus, and that will be more favorable for me than my opponent killing my Lord, potentially, because he needs the heals, and Skulltaker is still doing alright, and we're taking over all of the objectives in the process. Might even need to be able to get him away from here. Just gonna hide in the trees. We got the Morn Ghouls out here causing some problems, so we'll get a Minotaur as my next summon. They're gonna go get in the trees and just stay alive and help me out here. Cultists are okay. The Chaos Warriors just soaked up damage, and they're just kind of hanging in for dear freaking life right now. Honestly, I might even pop the Relentless Rage here for them to sustain for a little bit longer. Let's go get the points, since we've killed basically my opponent's entire initial starting army. We just need to deny value at this stage of the game. So, Rotting Prometheans, a Gunnery Mob. Cultists with some decent value. The Minotaurs, honestly kind of beat up. I'm wondering if unsummoning them is the right call here. I don't actually think so. I think what I need to do is get the Hellforged Bellowers out. So that I can smack them around a little.
You have the foe's victory point.
I will. Yes.
Although perhaps the call is one more Fury for another dive, or maybe just actually just a Marauder Horseman. The Prometheans are going to be pretty weak to the throwing axes, so I really should just continue to commit with those guys. Animated Hulks are coming up into the forest here. Skull Takers chilling with these Chaos Warriors. We're going to drop this on them. Let's get out over here. Let's rally back. And the Minotaurs are going to get into the flank of the Prometheans in just a moment here. Let's actually go all out here with the throwing axes. Because the throwing axes might actually be able to kill these gunnery mobs. Take a little bit of damage, not ideal. Gotta love point-blank pistol fire into your lightly armored troops, man. I was definitely a little bit messy with some of my plays, but we did the right thing for the most part. Because of the Carronades, I couldn't summon out the Hellforged Bellowers. My opponent did a pretty good job early on of prioritizing value with those Carronades in terms of shooting up my cultists, but one of them did get shredded by the Diving Fury before he could finish the Fury off, which is massive. Skulltaker did get really good value despite being punched in the face pretty hard. You can see Noctilus got 2,000 value, which is pretty nice, but we outpaced him a bit, and my cultists were better than the Gunnery Wights were, plus the Bloodletter summons were pretty nice. They did grind down a couple units. The Furies got good kill totals at the very least, just able to clear out all the bomber mobs for me. Probably could have used my Marauder Horsemen a little bit better, but them and the Minotaurs were very easily able to lock down the Lamprey's Revenge, who had nothing to work with in that game. They were just isolated off on the flank against two very strong counters, and they suffered accordingly for it. So we get a round 1 win, which is nice. See what we can do for some of these future games, because we're going to get into some trouble if I don't sharpen up just a little bit. Okay, we got some time before the next round, presumably, so I think maybe we should do some of the replays that we've got. Get rid of all these replays from the Legendary Lords Tournament. If you want to watch these, then you should go and check out my Sunday VOD, because that's where they're all at. Did we? No, this is from the new player tournament. So we could get into some of the new player tournaments here in a moment. We've got Krokgar versus an Ice Witch with the Tempest Magic, presumably with Blizzard. Oh, actually just Hailstorm? I don't really like Hailstorm, personally. But that's kind of the, process in the new player tournaments, is figuring out what works and what doesn't. Hailstorm is really not that good in comparison to Searing Doom. If you look at it on paper, they look like the exact same spell, but Hailstorm has a much longer period of time in which the giant icicles are pummeling the bombardment zone. So the DPS is a lot slower, and as a result, it's a lot easier to dodge and does a little bit more inconsistent damage. You've got two other options in the Tempest lore that are much better, in my opinion, and Blizzard is absolutely peak for killing anything with armor, and Hawks of Miska doesn't do any damage to friendlies and also annihilates chaff infantry. And also discourages leadership by 16, which is massive. Against the Lizardmen, that's pretty nice, because Skinks have fairly low leadership at base. 55 is not that good. Saurus are up at 75, but even then, you can still hammer them pretty well with good Hawks of Miska positioning, and even a Blizzard or two, depending on how many units are blobbed up. Get a good initial opening from Little Grom, and also the Horse Archers just dunking on the poor Skink Skirmishers. Amazing jump right out the bat from Lura here. Pulling back, Hobgoblin is responding pretty quickly with the Coldwind Riders. They were kept in the trees a little too long. You gotta protect your Skink Skirmishers and Chameleon Skinks, because they're very squishy. They have like no HP. 6,000 on Skink Skirmishers. Chameleons have even less. I believe they're around 4,700. They have fewer models, the Chameleon Skinks do. If you've got the Coldwind Riders early, then honestly what Hobgoblin needed to do is the second he saw the Horse Archers coming out of the forest here, all the Coldwind Riders immediately move up so the Skink Skirmishers can fire, and your opponent is dissuaded from just using the Horse Archers from doing exactly what happened here. They just charged right down the line onto these squishy little dudes and kind of bulldozed them. It was a pretty unfair fight. I just don't have any melee defense to lean back on. The low HP means the charge bonus of the Horse Archers, which I believe is in the 40s, or no, it's just at 30. Still fairly strong, definitely going to add up against a unit that's very weak in melee combat. Horse Archers have fairly okay stats. Cohorts moving up to support on the number 1. Coldwind Spear Riders getting hammered here by some shooting. You've also got these Coldwind Riders pulling back out of the tree line. And I believe another one died completely in here. Just massacred by the well-positioned Kislev infantry. Of all the advantage of fighting in the forest, you can't dive with large targets into tree lines, because you lose a lot of stats when units are hiding in trees if they're a large target and they don't have Woodsman or Strider. Infantry don't have that problem. The only place that infantry don't have good fights is in water. They lose speed and melee attack there. But there's not a lot of water terrain features, so generally speaking, infantry have a pretty advantaged terrain state on pretty much every battlefield. Really good focus fire from the Kossars, doing some big damage to the cohort of Sotek. They're poking down some of the other Skink cohorts, also doing a little bit of wear and tear on the Coldwind Riders, who are struggling pretty mightily now. Horse archers up in the face of the skink cohort with javelins here, but the javelins are hitting the armored Kossars right now. Just the wrong call. They have a shield, 55% chance of blocking the javelins from those little dudes here. Add on to the fact that there's not a ton of AP on these guys, and they just weather the storm, the armored Kossars do. And they're going to be set for a pretty good fight over here. Kislev has plenty of support for the infantry. And the quality here for the Lizardmen is fairly thin outside of the Cold One Riders, and both of them are pretty beat up over here. Skink Skirmishers are getting a little bit of value back as they're firing into these fights. They're doing a good job of grinding down some of the Kislevite warriors, but you can see the Cold One Riders are starting to fall back. And without that mass and the heavy-hitting cycle charge support, Kislev should be able to buffer out the Skinks, as you can see here, and then the Armored Kossars are just going to grind down the Skink cohorts with the Javelins. A win in the middle for the Lizardmen for the time being. Lura does have the value lead. Kossovite Dervishes getting hit by the Chameleon Stalkers, who are hanging out on the corner of this objective, hanging onto it, and also getting a little free damage off. It's not really the ideal target for Chameleon Stalkers. They're much better into multi-model units. Stuff like Minotaurs and Razorgore Herd. Stuff like that is where the Chameleon Stalker's missile strength actually is fairly effective. Cavalry, for whatever reason, just don't seem to take a whole lot of damage from their little explosive attacks. I think it's because cavalry entities actually have some good spacing between them. So there's just not a lot of opportunity for the damage to spread out nicely. We get a pretty good Hailstorm over here, actually doing a good job of crushing this Cold One Rider that was trying to drag down the Armored Kossars here. These guys continuing to anchor this objective. You got another one waiting in the wings. Actually looks like this might be the original, and this one ate the charge. And then you got the good Hailstorm in response. 418 value on the Ice Switch. Not amazing. I still feel like Hawks of Miska and Blizzard would have been better here. You could have used Hawks of Miska to clear out all of the red-crested skinks and the skink cohorts that were in the middle, and then you could still use Blizzard to hammer the Cold One Riders. Blizzard against cavalry is fairly efficient, especially if you overcast it. It just lasts so long and does so much damage that it's usually able to guarantee kills on units. And I think that the Hailstorm has its uses in some other matchups, but there's a lot more pressing issues that Kislev needs to face down into the Lizardmen that the other spells are maybe a little bit more consistent against. Another good Hailstorm. No response from Hobgoblin, just sitting here in the pocket with the poor Spear Riders getting lit up by that Hailstorm. You can see the damage really not too terrible against them as they're just kind of sitting there. A pretty spread out unit. Like to see it do a little bit more, but any amount of damage that you can get on those cavalry without having to input any melee attack orders against them is pretty nice. Kislev range is fairly well situated here. You've got a very strong hold out on the number 1. You've got some Streltsy and 1 Kossar here to poke against the Lizardmen on the middle objective, but Kislev's not doing a very good job of grabbing points. They haven't played very well off of the number 3. Their cavalry have been a little bit lethargic in terms of their usage so far. The Horse Archers have been used very well, but I'm talking about the Kossovite Dervishes, and the Griffin Legion here especially, but the Griffin Legion here do turn around and they just bulldoze the poor Red-Crested Skinks. That's why Red-Crested Skinks are a very bad call into the forces of Kislev. Griffin Legion are an auto-include in every matchup, pretty much. I mean, they do so much damage with their charge bonus, and then they get double the duration with this very unique ability. One of the few units that has it. Helps them value trade very nicely. Cold One Riders trying to rally in, not too much HP to work with, leadership very low. Horse archers could just continue to skirmish here, kind of run away, maybe get the Streltsy turned around and push these guys back, but they're just too beat up, so it doesn't even matter. The horse archer is able to hold these guys off. The number 1 is continuing to be held very securely. And Winged Lancer over here actually getting the Skink Priest with the Beast Magic. So Flock of Doom was the spell choice for that little caster, and losing access to that is going to hurt. Kislev does grab the number 2. They've done a good job of maintaining a decent chunk of their force. The most important of that being the Streltsy. Late game AP shooting is a massive force multiplier, because you can do stuff like this. Lords out of position for even a moment get hammered by these gunline type of units, and then any AP cavalry and shock damage mobility units tend to falter pretty hard when they come under any kind of sustained missile fire. For even 1 or 2 volleys is usually enough to take a Coldwind Spear Rider down to about half HP. Dervishes, Griffin Legion, and a Patriarch over here pushing back the Feral Coldwind. Spear Riders trying to escape. I don't think they really should be worrying about pulling out of combat here. They're going to take extra damage on the retreat. The Kislev Cavalry has a ridiculously high charge speed, so they're able to keep pace with the Spear Riders, you can see, without any real problems. And the Spear Riders, since they're retreating, are just taking free damage. Now that they're turning around and getting back into the fight, they should be able to pull down the remainder of the Dervishes and the Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion getting their value back, really nice stuff. There were a few fumbles with them early, but you know, getting them into a engagement here in the late game where they can get some fire support from horse archers. They've got a little infantry support with the Kossars. Kislev should be able to get the number 3 here in short order, with the Wolf Pack coming out onto the field, and that pack trap will be a really nice net to also enable some bait and switch with some of the mobile units, with the Kossovite Dervishes charging flanks potentially. Little Grom can get free shots off in the process, same with the Streltsy. Brutal, brutal shot right down the flank of the poor Legion of Chaqua. Never want to allow inflating fire from artillery onto your infantry forces. The missile penetration from artillery is so wicked. It can go through an entire unit. And Little Grom is already one of the best artillery pieces in the game. You can see it here. This is one of the reasons why is its accuracy. It hits everything effectively, even infantry. Usually the drawback to cannons is that they're a lot less effective into infantry units because of accuracy problems, and then just not necessarily being able to efficiently deal with them, as they might kill models with each shot, but usually it isn't more than a couple. But Little Grom usually is going to be taking out 9 to 10 guys, and that's going to add up real quick. So Lizard's going to tap out here as Kislev gets the triple cap, and that's a really nice example of what to do with a very heavy gun line. You know, you've got all these armored Kossars, and then the Kossar spears behind that. Good value out of all of these bow units. Armored Kossars struggled a little bit more, but they're more there just as a call-out for a Saurus front line. Armored Kossars are actually able to hold the line against Saurus really well. The Kislevite Warriors were the real X-factor here, because they just ground down all of the Coldwind Riders. Hobgoblin was way too over-aggressive with those guys. I think anticipating a very kite-centric Kislev playstyle here. So the wide infantry line just wasn't... There weren't really any tools for dealing with that. You've got all of these AP mobility units that are going to fall off really hard into AP halberds of any kind. Hobgoblin probably could have used a Ancient Salamander here. They would have been really nice to have, just to poke away at the Armored Kossars before the main engagement actually happened. Because Skink cohorts were just bouncing off those guys, and it was looking real ugly. Alright, we're going to be playing Berserk here, which is going to be really rough. We actually played the Khorne Warriors of Chaos matchup just the other day in the Legendary Lords tournament. So maybe this is an opportunity for some revenge. We'll ban Crag. We'll see what Berserk ends up picking. Yeah, Celestra on the Crab is really rough because she's got a good spell kit for Khorne. She casts Fog of the Damned on cooldown, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that as Khorne. Because spell resistance doesn't work against debuffs, which I think is a little bit ridiculous. I really wish that they did a better job of like coding spell resistance, because the fact that healing and then the debuffs just completely ignore it means that there's just easy answers as a result for what you need to bring. You just avoid damage spells and go for durability instead, or mitigating Khorne's effectiveness in melee. And that tends to make life very difficult for Khorne. Not ranked matchmaking. We'll just go ahead and make the lobby. Berserk doesn't have one up. Did I not declare my faction? Lamau. On God. Knew I was forgetting to do something. Okay, we're going to be fighting Warriors of Chaos on Brave Alley, which is going to be really brutal. None of the maps, I think, were particularly good for Khorne in that set. Maybe Glinty Tooth's Crag would have been the right play. I guess it would have been a little bit better than this one. Although, it's not outside the realm of possibility that we still get some pretty good fights and engagements here. Just going to need to be a little bit discerning about it. I know what Berserk brought last time, but it was a pretty wacky build. I don't know if he's gonna run that again. He's probably gonna swap it up, I would bet. I've never known Berserk to do the same thing twice. We're going to set our army up here to be fairly aggressive, and then also have, maybe Forsaken really going to be the right call here. Hellstriders are going to be crazy effective on this map, which is what I'm really worried about. Furies will be nice for sure. Fleshhounds will be strong. See what my throwing axes can do. I've got a Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon's there for the Soul of Damnation. I think you just have to have one. If you don't have an answer for the Soul of Damnation, you just lose this matchup. It's too hard to dive for Khorne. Skull Cannons can actually kill the cannon model with, I think it's 4 shots. There's actually a pretty consistent way that you can target ground behind the cannon and just completely lock it down. That's kind of what I'm going to be going for. We saw Be'lakor last time. Be'lakor was absolutely brutal. He really hammered us. I think that Karanak's not a bad idea as a result. Yeah, I mean, a 500 gold unit that can do some pretty hideous damage to scary lord like that is probably the way to go here. Definitely need stuff with like throwing axes and whatnot. Maybe we'll get the Bloodwake Berserkers in here as well. Maybe it's I think it might be Bloodletter time. We'll go with Bloodletters. We'll just see how this game goes. I mean, I'm not 100% sure what Berserk is going to be doing. Oh, we got 25 gold. We got to do the 0 build. I don't know why I'm clicking on that. There we go. Perfect spend. That means it's going to be a perfect game, right? I mean, come on, guys. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. Yeah, Little Grom is amazing as an artillery piece. It does so much damage into everything, and the missile strength on it is brutal. It's also got a good fire rate. I'm pretty sure Little Grom is the fastest firing single entity artillery piece outside of Skull Cannons. The other thing you can do with Little Grom is give it a restock, because the Druzhina has that ability. So you can do 1 or even 2 Little Groms. I've actually done quite a few double Little Grom builds with the Druzhina as my Lord pick, and found a lot of success with that. There's some serious utility in that character, because his anti-large bow does really good poke to a lot of characters and annoying single entities. And he's not really that bad in melee combat either. He can get in there and hammer with his great axe that he's got, because he's got pretty good AP split with it. I believe he's got 400 something weapon strength, and I think it's either 300 or 280 of that is the armor piercing damage. Then you just bring a Tempest Caster, usually. Alright, let's see what Berserk is doing. This could be a really short game, potentially, knowing Berserk. He's bounced me a couple of times. We had a really good fight the last time around.
Valkia the Bloody!
Oh yeah, Skull Cannons can't hide, that's right. Skull Crushers hide anywhere on this map. Not in the deploy zone, except for here. I guess we can do a little bit of hiding with those guys. Why not? It's not a bad idea. We'll put the Skull Cannon on guard mode, and no, we'll keep it out of melee mode. We'll toggle a fire at will eventually. We get Corngers over here. We're gonna have. Actually, gonna do this.
Wolf Father's warriors!
Hounds and the horsemen are going to respond as needed here. It's a very similar looking army size to what I saw in the first game that I had against Berserk. It wasn't actually in the Legendary Lords tournament, now I'm thinking about it. It was in the Faction Wars tournament on Saturday. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, not too different from what I saw last time. Let's just get forward. Oh, it's a Chaos Lord of Nurgle. Oh, and the Slaughter Guard are out here. And we got a Sorcerer of Shadows magic with some shenanigans on it. We actually need to pull back here. We're gonna grab this point, we're gonna move over here, we're gonna keep these guys in the trees for the time being. We'll just get positioned up, and we're gonna pull our Corngores over for now, and we'll hit the Slaughter Guard with the Skull Cannon. Immediate whiff, not great. Really need it to actually get some shots in and do some serious damage, or, you know, we could end up in a little bit of trouble. My opponent's he's a very aggressive player, so we'll see what exactly he's going to be trying to do here. Let's get the Corngores forward and get Bad Boy in here. Pop Demon Shield a little early. We don't really get any damage. We're going to try and hit this position again. We've got our Horsemen chasing fruitlessly right now, which is not great. Really love for them to actually get some better damage off than what we're seeing there. Bring the Brutes of the Hound out and move them up over here for now. Corngores need to sit and wait. Missing another shot on the Slaughter Guard. They've taken a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. Let's get these Horsemasters. They get absolutely smacked up here out on the way in. And then the Hounds actually get some really good damage off, too. Ooh, I think we actually have a Horsemaster kill here, which is awesome. Let's get up and forward. Actually go a little bit aggressive for the time being. Let's pull back now because my opponent's going to pop Rot or Die here. And that's going to do a bunch of damage that I don't really want to allow to take place. So one Hound unit is pretty beat up, but we're not doing poorly in the value trading right now. We've also got 2 of the objectives here. There's a Skull Cannon, and what's it doing? He's still keeping those guys in the trees. It's not a whole lot to do for the time being still. Let's just pull back. Keep these guys over here for now. Get in here, get in here. Valkia's gonna get up and away. She's not really gonna get any damage done there either. It's just sitting out on this point right now. There haven't been any summons from Berserk either. It's been pretty reluctant to commit to summoning anything in. That's going to be Marauder Great Weapons, which is fine. Here's some Chaos Warrior Halberds. Oh my god, this Skull Cannon is just whiffing every freaking shot, dude. So annoying. I hate seeing that. It's honestly shockingly consistent how bad its accuracy can be. But there are some things that you can do to mitigate the odds of a miss. I think we should actually be able to get a good attack in here. Let's pull back a little bit with these Skull Crushers. Let's chill here for the time being. Here comes pressure on the outside. See what we can do here to potentially hammer these dudes. We don't want to fight the Slaughter Guard, though. They're going to beat me up really bad if I let them. Let's get aggressive here. Let's maybe even pull back off this point for the time being.
Glorious slaughter!
Valkia doesn't need to be attacking those guys. We're going to get engagements here that are not really in my favor. The Marauder Horsemen are doing some okay damage for the time being. Let's get these guys over here. We've got a fight kicking off that is going really poorly because of Rot or Die, which is brutal. Oh god, dude, the Skull Crushers are getting deleted right now, which is really ugly.
Taking action. Takers of skulls. Shield Maiden.
Let's get ready to drop Sloutner on the Chaos Warriors.
Hornet's blessings.
And my opponent gets the middle, which is not great. Don't love that. Might be able to get these throwing axes though. Actually are able to get a pretty good fight here. Opponent wants to come in from behind and get a decisive engagement there. We're gonna get some Fleshhounds out now. Also think it's Karanak time. Karanak is gonna be pretty nice for doing damage to Aeson here. We are grinding through the unit here. Need to get away from the Forsaken. We're gonna pop Horn of Corn here and just hope to God that we can finish off these throwing axes.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Let's rotate down and let's recap the middle point here since my opponent has vacated that for the time being.
The bloody.
Little bit trapped up on him. Oh, the Slaughter Guard are here, so we're really gonna be able to do this, are we?
Slaughter personified.
Yeah, leadership break, which is really not looking good for me. Where the hell's Karanak? Oh my god, he drops his movement order and he's all the way back here. The Halberds are holding really nicely, which I don't love to see. How the Corn Gore's doing? They're terrified, which is rough right now. Yeah, I think that Berserk is going to get a dub here. This is not looking great right now. The Doom Knights are on the way in. He's got a great engagement with the Mortis engine. I think I'm just done. I don't think there's going to be a lot I can do to change this outcome. Valkia is going to get bullied by the Chaos Lord of Nurgle. He just does so much freaking damage. There's nothing I can do about it. And the Chaos Sorcerer has Occam's Mind Razor and the Withering. That's probably the reason why the Skull Crushers got annihilated there. I didn't have the tools. Yet again, Berserk has just outplayed me. Horseman value is pretty good. A-Cold I didn't have an answer to again, which is just so rough. And the Sorcerer Lord did some really good damage. Valkia didn't have any opportunities to do anything. Skull Cannon was also terrible. That map, I was just all over the place. I was not playing well. So, Berserk gets a win. It was a pretty easy win for him. I'm just out here struggling. Yeah, try out the Druzhina. It's really good with the Groms. You basically have unlimited ammo on Little Grom at that point, and you can just value trade your opponent off the field pretty quickly and easily. What do I need to do here next time I play Berserk? I need to not engage him on his own terms. I keep doing it. It's not going well. I needed to get all my mobility out, actually. All of the Fleshhounds should have come in before I'm bringing Minos on the field. Because the Minotaurs are there to answer Aeson, and I already have the Skull Crushers. So, committing to more anti-large is the wrong play. The Flesh Hounds would have been better. Instead of summoning in Karanak, I should have gotten 2 of those guys out. Maybe some Furies and just gone for the mobility win. Because if I could establish mobility advantage over this build, there's not going to be enough of it available for my opponent to find a way back into this game. Because I do have good infantry into a lot of this stuff. I left the Brutes of the Hound off on the side point and did nothing to try and engage them, and I think I just overplayed my hand with the, Bloodletters. We'll come back strong on the next one. Really brutal round 2. I think we might have some time. Maybe we can do another replay. No, I don't think we've got it. Why can I not report the score for my own game? What the hell is that? Very confused. Alright, it should be sorted out now, and we'll be into round 3. So, the tournament's going by fairly quickly. I'm curious who we're going to get for our round 3 game. Anticity actually ended up losing to the Big H. Hell yeah, okay. Let's go H, dude. That's a huge upset. H has been around for a little while, but has only been playing for a few months, I'm pretty sure. I mean, they've been playing a ton, so, like, coming in and grinding for, like, a solid 3 months, it looks like, according to Total Tavern. First game they played was March of last year, but they only played in one tournament. They've been playing since the end of July. Getting up and being a top level player is like big business. Alright, let's go find Moonlander. Moonlander is a really good Bretonia player and could be on them. I have a really good anti-Bretonia build, so I'm curious to see if it works into somebody who has shown some serious micro chops. Let's go invite them. I don't know if they're playing Bretonia, though. They could be on somebody else. Where the hell are they? They forget to declare. Oh, no, they're on Bretonia. Okay. Alright, this should be pretty straightforward. We're going to go with our standby build. This is actually a really fun build because you get to bring a Soul Grinder, and I love Soul Grinders, baby. They're a really cool unit. It's actually pretty good into a lot of factions. Most low leadership factions really struggle against the Soul Grinder because the artillery, or the ranged attack counts as artillery, so it lowers leadership by 10. Plus, it causes fear, so that's a minus 18 to leadership. Add into the fact that it's highly mobile with 75 speed, and you can get rear charges with it. Plus, it has good collision damage against infantry, and you can just literally chain route entire front lines with some good charges. We'll see if we get those kind of opportunities, though. There's absolutely no guarantees of it. I think I actually do want a couple of Marauders. They can be a little weak to the, they can be a little bit weak to, like, night charges, but you keep them, stacked on top of Corngores, and Bretonia players usually don't have stuff to clear all these guys. When the front lines engage, the Soul Grinder comes in and gets some terror routes, and then you can follow up with your bodies. The Chaos Warriors just go hold an objective, and they're really hard to break down with anything outside of Grail Knights, and then you can move your mobility over to support that pretty easily. Triple Minotaur is not really a bad way to go into Bretonia. I don't think I'm going to bring Furies. I honestly don't find Furies to be all that strong into Bretonia because you're not really needing a whole lot to get into the Bretonian backline necessarily. You can just push right through the middle of their infantry formations usually to get up into their peasant archer lines. Plus, Skull Taker is just super freaking durable, and he'll just roll over all of the enemy units that might try to block you up and stop your progression into the juicy bits. and then you play a really aggressive mobility game with what you've got, and all of it's just heavy hitters. There's not a lot of fluff in this army. It's usually pretty small. You can see I've only got, what, 18 units in my whole army. But it's all meat and potatoes. Oh, we're on the wrong map. Plus, we gotta do map bans. Just completely forgot about those. Ban Bordelot. Bordelot is really weird for Khorne. It's not a bad map for the Blood God, but there's a lot of limited opportunities to advance on it. Jade Tomb is a... Actually, I think Jade Tomb won't be bad at all. I'm gonna actually, I think we might actually end up going there, in fact. What does this give us? Not enough. Okay. We'll just keep the throwing axes. Throwing axes are really good into foot squires. They clear them out really well, and everything else that I have can at least fight battle pilgrims okay. Can always use minotaurs to charge down battle pilgrims on the way in. We'll just ban Bordelot because we don't want to give Bretonnia home field advantage, right? Surely they get the invisible buff from fighting on their home turf. Nobody will tell you about it, but it's real. What's up, Ninja? How you doing, man? Where you been, Ninja? Where are you? What are you up to? I miss watching you play Dowie and Vampire Counts, dude. Alright, Tomb is a pretty even map for both of these factions. The hell is Jade Tomb? Here it is. We'll go Chaos Warriors on our back objective, and the Marauders and the Khorngors are going to go up to the middle point. And Marauders are going to just stack on top of the Khorngors so that Hippogriff Knights can't charge them down. That's the scariest thing that you run into in this matchup is the Hippogriffs. They are a ridiculously annoying unit to have to contend with. The reason I open up with double Khorngor is so that you have Vanguard advantage. You can get on the points immediately, and Mounted Yeomen do good damage to Khorngors, but they have a hard time fully wearing them down with their ammunition pool. And you can usually just safely cap the point, and then you move the Marauders forward to start eating all the ammunition. And once you stack Marauders on top of Khorngors, the damage gets spread out across both units. And with the shields, the Marauders usually eat most of the damage, and then the Khorngors just get to chuckle and have a whale of a time as your opponent just flails against your front line. Okay, sounds good, dude. Well, let me know when you're back, and send me some of your replays. If any of them are really good, I'll cast them. What do you do that's got you so busy during the summers? Like landscaping business or something? That would be my guess. There's some other stuff that I could be doing with my army, I guess. I could be running some off-meta stuff, but I do kind of want to play Sweaty this tournament. But maybe I need to experiment more, because I've been in and out of the loop a lot. And I'm still kind of trying to figure out exactly where Khorne's best units are on the roster. Because after the patch, and especially after the cavalry mobility changes and the skull cannons being adjusted, Khorne has gone through a lot of different, like, iterations on what they want to bring meta-wise. It's looking very different.
Strikes us.
Alright, we'll cap the point quickly. We're going to get our Chaos Warriors to go there, and the Marauders. Just get them in a nice little line here, and they'll advance up. So it's 16 units to start out for Moonlander. I imagine it's going to be a lot of peasant mobs. There's probably going to be a lot of peasant bowmen as well, which is going to be a little bit tricky. Like, a truly massive peasant bowman line can be a bit of an issue. Because the knights can come out for a fairly cheap premium. You can see there's only 9 units in reserve for my opponent. Which is about as many as I have, so they're going to have some fairly expensive stuff in reserve. It's not going to... I don't think there's going to be more than, like, 1 Grail Knight at the very least, which I'm kind of glad to see. There might be a Hippogriff or something as a heavy hitter, and then probably a bunch of Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm are always a pretty solid option for Bretonnia, but they do have a lot of problems with multiple Khorngors on the field. So we'll just kind of game it out. If we see a whole bunch of peasant mobs and battle pilgrims, then Brutes of the Hound are the way. If we see any, like, number of knights, more than maybe, like, I think maybe more than 3 knights, then we do a Khorngor as our first summon. If we see foot squires, then we need to figure out a way to kill those. Those are going to be the real annoying unit. But usually soul grinders with the shotgun cannon can do some good damage to those guys. Bloodbrute best unit. Oh, hiking and backpacking is so sick. I hope you've been enjoying it, dude. It's been beautiful in Michigan this year. It's been a little bit warm, but, you know, whatever, right? So you can see the poke is coming in. We've got men-at-arms. Actually, not... What kind of front line is this? It's a very odd front line. You've got the shielded infantry and everything. You can see some poke going down on my dudes. We're going to pull back now that we've got the Minotaurs up here. We're going to rotate these guys around. We're going to pull back now. You can see Lumen on his way in. We're going to maneuver over here just to try and keep him from getting any terror routes to go down on my units. I do think this is a Brute of the Hound type of game. We're going to get these guys out. We're getting some good damage. The Soul Grinder is going to just be dodging a whole bunch. Got some damage spells going down on my units, which is fine. I'm not too worried about that, actually. Now we're going to get situated on the point. We've got our Minotaur in. The Minotaur is going to be really nice to have, obviously. You can see it actually hits Lewin there. And gets a little bit of poke in against him. We're going to go hit this Men-at-Arms unit, and then we're going to just pull back out of the front line. We just want to force my opponent to try and dive Skulltaker, and then we can kind of punish him.
What do the gods desire?
Yeah, you can see him being forced to pull back. He doesn't actually want to tangle with the Soul Grinders. Soul Grinders are pretty good against single entities. They can do some pretty good damage. So we're going to do some dodging. We got to get the moves going because we don't want this thing to get poked down for free. I'm going to pull back. I'm going to post up here. We've got Defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis coming out. Knights of the Lionheart are in. We want to force Bretonnia forward more, so we might even pull back and maybe see if they want to take the point. Really not that worried about it. The Mounted Yeomen have done some good damage, but they're going to run out of ammo here eventually. My opponent's playing very carefully. We're going to get up our Skull Crushers now. I'm going to rotate over here. We'll send the Horseman over and the Soul Grinder. So let's get back and move these guys in. Skull Taker needs to twirl around a little bit. He's still avoiding the majority of damage, and we're taking up more space. We're going to move forward now. Soul Grinder getting some good shots. You can see the defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis bouncing off of the Chaos Warriors. That's the advantage of having them. They're a very annoying unit in that respect. We're getting a little bit of poke damage on the way in. We're gonna go in. We're gonna actually send a Korngor and one of these units to go punch my opponent in the face a little bit. We're gonna get a rear charge and a brutal charge to the front of the or through the men-at-arms. Now we're gonna pull back. Korngor's gonna fight here. We're gonna try and run away as best we can. We're gonna get the Soul Grinder in. We're gonna move these guys over, and the Skull Crushers need to rotate. We can potentially wheel about here and do some good damage. Let's get these guys out. Chaos Warriors come in. Skull Crushers stay positioned for damage. Let's get these guys here. Let's actually charge and get another Mino in. Brutes of the Hound need to move through. We're going to pop our spell on Old Lewin there. Skull Crushers, I kind of let them get engaged here in a not-so-good way. Skull Crusher is looking a little bit lonely, or Skull Taker's looking a little lonely. So let's get him out. Let's get ready for the fight. We got the Korngors sitting and chilling. We need the Soul Grinder in. Skull Taker is in a really ugly spot right now. But my opponent's pretty deep in with those units right now. We're actually able to finish off a pretty important unit for my enemy. Knights of the Lionhearted taking a lot of damage. The Brutes of the Hound have gotten bodied here pretty badly, actually. We've got a bunch of stuff being held back right now over there. You can see the Soul Grinder pummeling those spearmen. Can we maybe get some damage on Lewin here? He's fully surrounded. This is a really good opportunity for me. Even though there have been some not-so-great fights and engagements, I do think we might be able to catch the Pegasus Knights and Lewin on the ground long enough to be able to kill them, maybe. See, the damage going down is pretty vile right now. And those Knights Errant are still stuck on the Korngors, which is good for me. Korngors rallying here, and see, this is the problem with the Bretonnian, like, army. If they fumble one time, then you just absolutely ruin a stupidly expensive lord. Let's get 2 Flesh Hounds out, and we're going to go after the Mana Yeoman now. We're not going to be able to kill Lewin, but the thing about this is it's not that big of a deal for me because my opponent's Lord is no longer going to be replenishing his HP. Lewin's just not able to heal after he gets routed even one time. And now Mounted Yeomen are having to be thrown in here, and Skull Taker's actually going to be able to do some good damage. Just riding around and bullying those guys. What is my opponent? Yeah, he's got the beast magic, which I'm not too worried about. We'll get another Flesh Hound. We're gonna kill these Mounted Yeomen for sure. These Mounted Yeomen are getting bullied. We've got Marauders in a pretty good spot right now. We need to keep our Skull Crushers and Minotaurs together. We've got another unit of Korngors in, which is awesome. My opponent's knights are not doing very well right now. We could let's actually get the caster here real quick. Let's get the Soul Grinder away from Lewin for now. The Soul Grinder can go fight on top of the Corngors. We've got my opponent's core army pretty well ground down. Most of the front line is gone. You can see the damsels getting melted here a little bit. We're actually going to drop a Sword of Corn here, potentially. What is this? Knights Errant? Nah, we're not gonna. We're going to just drop our buff here for the front line.
I will. Yes.
And the Skull Crushers are going to get Relentless Rage for the time being, because it's going to keep them from dropping models, and they're going to do really good damage while it's active. Let's get some of these fleshies out. The Knights of the Realm are kind of grinding into them, which is not great for Flesh Hounds. They actually do a lot better into Knights of the Realm than you would expect, though. They hold up okay. Yeah, and you can just see the brutality in the front line. Now that I've been able to kind of weather the initial starting army, I'm getting the value lead, and it's going to be very hard for Bretonnia to regain the value advantage from here. Especially with all of the mobile units, just like in turn, smacking down more and more of his important stuff. So you got the Pegasus Knights, they get their armor debuffed, you lower their melee defense. Look how quickly they melt under this pressure, dude. That is the Khorne melee advantage right there in a nutshell, dude. We're gonna go get these guys. We're gonna keep fighting the Holy Wardens. You know, they're alive. They're doing some damage. We're gonna get the Brutes of the Hound back in. We're gonna unsummon as much of this stuff as possible, because it was all pretty beat up. And those Minotaurs over there need to go back in reserve so I can bring them back out later. Yeah, Flesh Hounds are just, like, fully in my opponent's spawn zone, and I could just spawn camp from here. I just need to make sure that they're semi-supported for the time being. Soul Grinder with 1800 value, dude, that's the power of it. It's actually a pretty good unit, I'm telling you. It's very cost-effective in these kind of matchups. It is going to crumble out. Oh, but actually rallies at the last second. Massive. Thank you, Skull Taker. We'll just keep fighting the defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis. We'll chase off here. The Flesh Hounds are going to keep grinding. I'm actually going to drop my buff over here so they can actually do some damage to these guys. Flesh Hounds do have pretty good weapon strength, so I'm not too worried about the current battlefield position. I've got all 3 points, actually. You can see some mounted yeomen coming in. The quality for my opponent's army is just dropping more and more. Just lacking any tools to really hammer and punish my forces is the big problem. I think it's Corngor time. And yeah, we'll get a Marauder Horseman. I'll bring it out of the far spawn, though. The Flesh Hounds over here are going to go down, but they've paid for themselves, which is the most important thing. 1,100 and 1,000 gold. I just need to keep my Skull Taker Death Blob alive. There's just not enough AP for Bretonnia. If they don't have Hippogriff Knights, they don't have a way to use flying to bully your ground troops. And you can see the Royal Pegasus Knights just not cutting it at all. They're just not beefy enough. Especially without healing. Like, the idea that Moonlander is going for, I believe, is just using Flock of Doom to wear out my army early, and then try and get a consolidated breakthrough, but that's very difficult. Skull Taker didn't do as well here as he has in other matchups. The Soul Grinder was solid as always. And the Skull Crusher's got 3,300 freaking value. Excellent. Excellent unit. You know, when you use them well and you get good fights with them, they're pretty unstoppable with Skull Taker. It's just a question of finding those kinds of opportunities, man. Skulltaker is the auto-include. He's the best lord by far. Khorne's other options are way weaker, which is a bit of a shame. I really hope they don't over-nerf Skulltaker and then do nothing for the other Khorne lords. CA just has this hesitation to give Khorne an advantage outside of, like, any kind of advantage in infantry. Like, Khorne wins in the infantry game. Everybody knows that. That's why you never see people bring front lines into Khorne at a really high level oftentimes. You just don't want to throw out infantry that are going to get brutalized by, like, Chaos Warriors or Bloodletters or Bloodwake Berserkers. You don't see these guys nearly as much as you used to. Still a really good unit, though. But Khorne's mobility seems like deliberately hamstrung, which is just a big pain, and I really wish that they would do more to make it a little bit more effective. And Khorne's weakness to kite is mainly because skull cannons are just only anti-infantry now. There was once a time the skull cannon was one of the best units in horse archers. And cavalry in general. I used to love double skull cannon into mobile factions. Because you would just get up on the flank of fights, and you'd shoot down the ranks of infantry if you needed to. Do a ton of damage that way, and then the skull cannons had missiles that penetrated through cavalry, which they don't anymore. Now they'll hit one model, and the vortex will spread out over the ground. And it's not very efficient into cav as a result. How it used to work is it would pen through the entire cavalry unit. And you can get 8, 9, 10 kills at the upper end of what the skull cannons could do. And it was awesome. People had this perception that skull cannons were weak, and they were just straight up wrong. They were just only good into specific matchups. Yeah, the Relentless Rage was awesome. It kept them in that fight for a really long time. How I played into Moonlander was what I really needed to be doing into Berserk. But the map that he picked me up onto was very unfavorable for me. Brave Alley is just not a great map for Khorne. I regret the map that I banned in that round. Glinty Tooth's Cavern I haven't played a lot on, or Glinty Tooth's Crag I think is what it is. I just haven't played on it a whole lot, so my inexperience was kind of pushing me to select something else instead. I really should have gone to this particular resource if I wanted to figure out what it looked like. Because I think I've seen this game get, this map get played maybe 2 or 3 times. It's a pretty uncommon pick, but yeah, this is a much better layout than Brave Alley was. If I had been on this map, I would have been able to do a little bit more to pull Berserk's army apart. And also have some good terrain features that would also be fairly favorable for me, because on a truly wide open field map, Khorne can struggle because they can have a hard time getting the actual full engagements on their opponent. Maps that have a little bit more of a constricted flank and central area favor Khorne because your opponent can't just maneuver around you all the time. There are going to be times where once you've built up enough units, you can actually cut off areas of the battlefield that make it very difficult for your opponent to grapple with Khorne without having to engage them in melee, and that's where the real value is, so I'll keep that in mind for the next time. Okay. Oh, we need to, I need to report the score before I forget. I'm 100% gonna. Brackets. I don't know why I can't frickin' report my score. Oh, because I got logged out. Duh. Super weird. I don't know why Total Tavern does this, but oftentimes when I open up Total Tavern in a new window, it will automatically sign me out. Okay, now I can actually report the score. Flipping the bad matchups one game at a time. I've won all of my games against Bretonnia since I figured that build out. That build changes a little bit depending on who I'm playing. I do sometimes not bring Skull Crushers there. Oftentimes I am. But out of the 4 games against Bretonnia players that I've done with that build, I've won all 4. And 2 of those were, like, pretty significant stomps, and I would say that last one was fairly comfortable outside of a sort of rocky early game. The matted yeoman skirmishing was really good, but once the front lines met and my opponent's micro was a lot more split, we were able to grind them down. And that got me a huge value lead. And up to this point, I think Bretonnia even still has a favorable win rate into Khorne. Yeah, Khorne is 6-11 against Bretonnia, and I just don't feel like it's a bad matchup for Khorne. I think it's a pretty good one, in fact. That's a lot of this game, though, is figuring out the matchups and what units are very hard for your opponent to answer. And just because somebody's super experienced in the game doesn't mean that they know everything, right? Like, everything that I advise people on in new player tournaments should always be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt, just because things change all the time with patches. And I do spend a decent amount of time playing the game, but it's not my one and only game. I do like playing other stuff. I usually do that off stream. So I'm not always the most, like, top-tier, high-level, best-informed player. And the experimentation is just a good idea in general, because very quickly you can come up with some builds that seem off-meta, but are actually maybe even a little bit more optimal than what people are bringing on average. Like, Inticity does this all the time with factions like Grand Cathay. I've seen him do it with High Elves as well, where people have a presumption about how the faction should play and what they're good at, and Inticity will go in and pick a bunch of stuff that might be seemingly random, but execute it at a really high level and then refine those builds to the point that the meta completely flips on how those factions play. Which is really cool. There's other people who do that. People who specialize in specific factions also have a lot of ability to come up with some really interesting off-meta shenanigans. Khorne's worst actual Khorne's worst matchups. I'll do that question first before I talk about what else I play. I play just whatever catches my fancy in the moment, but actual worst matchups for Khorne is Dark Elves, worst by far. Brutal matchup, it sucks. Chaos Dwarves is pretty bad. It's not impossible, but it is a little bit hard to anticipate what Chaos Dowie are doing, and if you don't have the right kinds of units, they can really run over you. Wood Elves are rough. Norska's really bad. So Chaos Dowie, Wood Elves, Norska, and Dark Elves, I think, are all the matchups that are negative for Khorne. There's some others that I think are fairly even, maybe a little bit favored for the other side, like Beastmen, and, again, I don't think Bretonnia is a bad matchup for Khorne at all. Warriors of Chaos is a pretty bad matchup for Khorne. It's not abysmal, but it is slightly favored for Warriors of Chaos. That's like a 60-40, I would say. Maybe like a 55-45 in favor of the Warriors of Chaos. They just have such a versatile, wide-ranging roster that, again, it can be very hard to anticipate the enemy's build. Depending on what they bring, you might not have the answers available on the field to kill everything that they're throwing out. Kislev's probably 50-50. Dowie, I think, you just have to be very, very careful in the Dowie matchup, but it is Khorne favored, I think. Dowie players have done a very good job of kind of figuring out the weaknesses of their faction and covering up for them since the changes to gyrocopters. Because after gyros got nerfed, people just dropped Dowie. And it's been a lot of up-and-comers on them who have been, you know, adjusting their play style and figuring things out. And I think now it's at a point where Khorne is advantaged there, but not by as much as you would expect, as the win rate is shown in the past. Now I actually have a win rate that's favorable currently, in fact. As for what other games I play, playing Battlefield 1 right now. I tried the Battlefield 6 beta. I did not like Battlefield 6. I think that game is getting massively overhyped. I love the look. It does have a lot of the same vibes and feel as old school Battlefield, but there's a lot of things that turn me off from it. All the maps were tiny. The vehicles felt strong, but they don't really play very well on those small maps, in my opinion. They just rock up to a choke point and just delete everything in front of them. If the other team has even, like, half-decent pilots, that turns into a shit show for anybody stuck on the ground, because the jets are disgustingly strong. I just prefer Battlefield 1's vibe. The battlefields are huge for a lot of the maps. There are plenty of smaller ones for more infantry-focused games. I think it's a little bit more balanced. I prefer locked classes for weapons as well. I think all of the classes are strong in Battlefield 1 as well. In 6, it felt like Assault and the support class were the best, and there wasn't really any competition between the other ones. Yeah, that's just my take on it. I didn't play too much because I just got kind of bored of it after I played a few games, to be honest. I'm really into Civ 3 right now. I rediscovered it. That's like an old school nostalgia game that I'm always into, so I come back to that every now and then just to play like a few campaigns. And then I like a lot of other turn-based stuff. Crusader Kings is always really fun. I play Battle Brothers a decent amount still. You know, it's an old game at this point, but it's still rock solid in terms of, like, the depth and mechanics to it. Really excited for that studio's new game, Marauders, which is going to be coming out fairly soon. That is going to be a super fun turn-based game, and I think might even be a breakout hit for them. As long as it's not, like, horrendously unoptimized and gamey in terms of the gameplay mechanics. Now, I like plenty of other story-driven games, but I'm not really playing anything along those lines right now. It's mostly been stuff that I can just jump in and out of as I'm, like, doing, like, actual work-related stuff. It was a really good, try, Moonlander, but you really need more, you need some AP for the, matchup into Khorne. You gotta be so careful also with Lewin, and the Flock of Doom is not really the way to go. Best bet for Bretonia's magic is either life magic, or you bring Curse of the Midnight Wind on the Heaven's Caster and just cast that the entire game. That's a pretty good spell into Khorne, because it lowers the armor and melee attack, which is like the 2 selling points of Khorne's mark. What's going on with the bracket? Are we advanced, or what are we waiting on here? Still waiting on Ulrich Rahl and Kintama. Kintama the Lizard Man. It's a pretty cool name. They've had some really rough luck with playing top-level players. Oh my god. And they're really new, too. That's got to get really discouraging. Because I'm seeing some of their losses, and they're like, they're matched up against Inticity in one of their first 5 games, it looks like. Scrambled Egg right after that. And they played Daniken. Zone, I haven't seen around in a while, but was really good when he was playing more regularly. Space Pope is really strong. Alexander is in and out, but always really good. Dowie and Vampire Coast player. And playing Ulrich right now, who's definitely one of the best players, I would say. It's been around for forever, and it just plays so consistently, dude. Yeah, it's number 7 on the leaderboard. 100 wins, 42 losses, 7 tourney wins. It's crazy business. I wish I had the commitment to play that many games of this. Oh, I missed your message. I don't think Tzeentch is a bad matchup for Khorne at all, final boss. The Tzeentch matchup, you'd actually just... The carry unit against Tzeentch is the Hellforged Bellowers. If you bring the Hellforged Bellowers against Tzeentch, all you need to use this thing for is shooting all of the Tzeentch air units, and there's nothing that they can really do about it. Changebringers are way shorter range than the Bellowers is, so with good positioning on the Bellowers, you just ride around and blast the Changebringers out of the air, because it does wicked, nasty damage to them. It pops their shield immediately, and even does damage through it. And then you can send in, enough Furies to just flood the air and swarm around the Doom Knights. Doom Knights can only fight so many Furies at once for how expensive they are. If one Fury slips through the cracks in the Tzeentch player's aerial formation and catches the Changebringers, that's pretty much game over. Because Tzeentch just gets folded up on the ground. They don't have anything that they can do against the Khorne infantry and Marauders and whatnot. It's really ugly. I mean, Zangors get pummeled by Chaos Warriors, and they don't even trade that well into Marauders of Khorne. Forsaken are pretty vicious in that matchup too, because Tzeentch is oftentimes going so heavily into their Air Force, they're not able to afford anything better than their lightly armored infantry options. So the Forsaken tend to just run down Marauders and Zangors and just brutalize them with their weapon strength. Somebody's asking me a question about builds on Discord. I'm going to talk with them for a minute. We'll just chill and just keep hanging out and answering questions. We've had really good games today. I really fumbled my round 2, but, you know, it is what it is. It wouldn't be me if I didn't outplay myself, I would say. That's usually how I end up losing. I get either overconfident or I play way too passively. We're playing Berserk again? Oh my god, dude, are you kidding me? Okay, so we're gonna get the rematch against Berserk. If we get a win here, that'd be really nice. I'm not counting on it though. What are the maps for this 4th round? Maybe they'll be a little bit better. Chateau, Proving Grounds, and Imperial Ambush. Alright, but who is top of the bracket? Okay, Berserk is top of the bracket, so I actually get to pick the map this time. Honestly, all three of those maps are pretty decent. Proving Grounds is probably the one that Berserk is going to be more interested in playing. So, haven't heard from Berserk yet, but I guess I'll just go ahead and message him. Let's get Berserk in here. I'll drop the invite, and I'm answering Otto's question. Otto's playing in the month-long tournament that's being hosted by, I'm pretty sure it's Renegade Moose. I'm gonna be playing Walk against Vampire Counts for the first game, which is a really good matchup for Warriors of Chaos. You just bring chosen dual weapons of Khorne and shred the entire Vampire Count army. Like, triple chosen of Khorne into Vampire Counts is basically unstoppable. They have a really hard time dealing with that, because Mortis Engines can't even sit on top of chosen dual weapons and fight them, because the chosen have really high weapon strength, but also have flaming attacks, so if a Mortis Engine sits on top of them, for more than a few moments, and especially without any infantry underneath them, Chosen will quite literally pull that thing apart in about 30 seconds. It is vile how quickly they kill corpse carts, Mortis Engines. They even kill Cryptars pretty well. Add in all the Marauder Horsemen, and you're looking at like a really, really solid matchup overall. What else do Warriors of Chaos have into Vampire Counts? Chaos Armored Trolls are pretty decent in that matchup. They cause fear. They can get terrified, which is really annoying, but usually that's okay. They'll just run away and then replenish hit points. Forsaken aren't bad as a reserve unit. Yeah, probably Forsaken. Okay, so Proving Grounds gets banned out, and maybe we play Imperial Ambush. It's a big map, dude. I would not be surprised if Berserk just goes full kite, kind of like what he's been doing. He'd probably go even heavier on it on Imperial Ambush because it's so open. I don't know if Halberds are going to really be able to do a whole lot there. Maybe we play Chateau. Chateau's pretty small, though. Still don't know if that's great for me. Whatever, let's just play Imperial Ambush and see what happens. I'm fine with that. The Valkia pick was not good last game. It did not do a damn thing. I think we just have to go with Skull Taker. I haven't been using him, but I do believe he's going to be the best option. I just don't see Arbol doing anything that Valkia can't, but worse. Exalted Bloodthirster, though, in my one game against Berserk in the Faction War, actually did some pretty good damage, so maybe going with this guy isn't a bad call. He's also got Terror that he can cause, which might be kind of useful. You know what? Let's actually bring the Bloodweight Berserkers. I unironically do think they'd be pretty good into that A-Cold summon. What else could we use? Karanak is always an option, but I really didn't feel like there were many opportunities in the last game that I was matched up against Berserk. It didn't feel very good. So I think we'll avoid that. We'll bring the Minos. Maybe do a couple of Blood Beasts. Maybe a Forsaken. It's a lot of Blood Beasts, though. Although, two, and then Minotaurs behind that. We've got all the Marauder Horsemen. No answer for the Soul of Damnation is what I'm worried about. So that is such an obnoxious artillery piece. Oh my god, man. Whatever. Berserk hasn't been bringing it. If he brings it this time, then we're just cooked. It is what it is. I'm as ready as I can be, I guess. I'm not gonna overthink it too much. Wish I had the risks to play this many games. I don't play this game too much. It's having wrist problems has got to be one of like the worst things imaginable as a gamer, man. Cause carpal tunnel is no joke. Like, nerve damage is pretty vile. You forgot to bring Furies. Yeah, the Changebringers will literally dunk on you on the Tzeentch side of things. You can't not bring air units into Tzeentch. You have to go for Furies, Valkia, and then have the Hellforged Bellowers, or you lose that matchup. If you have those units, then it's an easy win, and there's not a whole lot Tzeentch can do, because if they go Chosen, Hellforged Bellowers kills all their Chosen. And then, of course, like I said, if they bring the Changebringers, then you just use the Hellforged Bellowers to pop their shield, and you swarm with Furies, and Doom Knights are not going to be able to stop all of them. All you need is one Fury on Changebringers, and it's like a 2-second fight in Fury favor. They get on top of Changebringers, and they die instantly, basically. They're like a piece. They're like a tissue paper with a AK-47 in terms of their durability. Harold the Hammer is pretty fun into vampire counts. He's actually not that great into the undead, honestly. Like, Harold has that really cool ability that removes the undead attribute, which is really cheesy, but I don't really think he's, like, meta into them. He is still incredibly slow, and I think the cost on Harold is maybe a little bit prohibitive. When you can just do a million Chosen of Khorne and get basically the same outcome, but quicker. Oh, dude, Lemur is always on. I see him in the RTK Discord all the time. I'm usually just lurking in the Discords for all the multiplayer community. I mostly cast and just chill and hang out that way. Sitting in a call with a whole bunch of people is not really my cup of tea. Okay, Berserk's finally ready, so we're kicking it off here. We'll see what we can do here. I've not been doing very well into Berserk. The first time we played, we had a really close scrap, but, you know, eventually I got ground down. I don't know how I'm gonna handle this here. He's just really good at Warriors of Chaos, and that's all that. Like I said, Warriors of Chaos are a tough matchup for Khorne. It's slightly favored, but depending on the builds, it becomes more unfavorable for you. If Warriors of Chaos bring the right kind of stuff, then there's not a whole lot you're gonna be able to do to stop them, quite frankly. It gets real sad real fast. So he's got another small army. He's got a lot more in reserve this time. I'm curious what it's all gonna be. I didn't bring the Skull Cannon this time. I've got the Soul Grinder and I've got Skull Taker. I imagine that there will be a Hell Cannon summon, because he's been bringing a Hell Cannon in reserve. But maybe we could overwhelm a backline summon of the Hell Cannon with the characters and the single entity, and then with the throwing axes here. Maybe they can get back there and kill the Artie piece before it can kill me. Alright, he's about as ready as I am, so we're just gonna kick it off. Oh my god, we got freaking Golek on the field. We do have the Hell Cannon out immediately, so we might need to just play out here for the time being. We'll get down on the number 2 and grab this. We've got Horsemasters, which is not surprising, and the Horsemen. Hell Cannon with Golek, so that's 4 units. There's 4 more somewhere around here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bunch of stuff sitting in those trees right now, actually. I'm gonna use the Furies to go scout it for a minute. Get the Marauders over here, and let's get over. Khorngors need to pull back real quick. We need to get these guys forward. I think we're gonna get Fleshhounds out first this time. It will be really good anti-kite. See if we can avoid the worst of the shot. I actually kind of dodged the Hell Cannon shot there. Let's get the Horsemen moving forward. Let's get Skull Taker going in. I don't see anything in the trees here, so it's probably all sitting back here. Would be my guess. We'll get another Fleshhound in. Yeah, oh, there's halberds on the field, which is cool. Just go for the full court press and see what we can get done here. We should be able to bully the Chaos Warriors with the throwing axes here. This should be really nice damage. I would love it if my guys were not constantly wavering on leadership. That's really freaking annoying. Drives me absolutely crazy bonkers. Soul Grinder's gonna move up. We're gonna just stay positioned here and we'll just keep hitting these guys. Just have the Soul Grinder sit there for a minute and just pound those guys. Let's get away from Golek for the time being. We'll get all of our throwing axes over to shoot at them. Maybe we can even engage him here. Get the Furies over. Let's get another Fury. We're just going to go pedal to the metal aggression. We're going to get these guys forward. We're going to fight here. Zinch Knights in on my fleshies now. Doing some good damage. Let's actually pull out for a moment. Keep fighting here. We've got a route on one of the, one of my enemy's, units here, which is cool. Furies actually just need to get up in the air and stay there. Okay, I don't know why these Furies are getting beaten up so frickin' badly. It's really fucking frustrating. Also sucks that my, Flesh Hounds are crumbling out there. Basically for free. Let's get forward these guys and see what we can do. Maybe we get the kill on the, Hell Cannon here. No, the crew's gonna survive. Damn. Those, Furies just melted, dude. It's kind of sad for me. It's not great. We actually got a terror out on the, halberds here. Dude, we're just so freaking far behind already. This is just always the problem, dude. Like, you bring in the wrong units into the Warriors of Chaos, and you just can't do anything. Can't do anything on their side of the field, is the biggest issue. And, Skull Taker's doing everything that he possibly can to punish Kolek, and it's just not working. It's not really meant for, that kind of a fight anyways. God damn it. We just lost again. That's fine. I don't know what I'm supposed to do into Warriors of Chaos when Berserk is playing them. You just can't contest their back point. You can't go in on them. Can't sit back. You have to do so much to get any kind of an advantage on them. Got 2,000 value. The Soul Grinder was useless. None of my builds are working against this stuff. Maybe the Bloodweight Berserkers needed to be the call-in, man. I mean, it would have been a good anchor piece. Skull Taker could have sat on top of him with the Soul Grinder, and Kolek wouldn't be able to do a lot about it. Oh well. Another Khorne loss in the books. R.I.P. No top 3 for me today, or top 4 for sure. 2 and 2's not bad. The two losses are against, like, top 3 player. I'm just gonna have to keep working on finding some kind of answer for these Warriors of Chaos builds, man. Because they're just so nasty. It would be nice if we could have some way to queue with the map mod on. I hate the fact that there aren't good maps for the ranked ladder. Like, ranked ladder is fun, but the fact that your map options are like the same 3 things over and over again, just recycled endlessly, is no bueno in my book. Alright, well, that was a bit of a wash. The tournament just did not go our way at all. We had a couple of good games, but then both of the matches into Berserk were just total washes. His builds are too clean, he knows how to execute them at an insanely high level, and don't know what I'm supposed to do against it. See, that was the first time I didn't bring the Skull Cannon boss. And that's when the Hell Cannon came out, and I just overpressed my luck against that position. I thought I was going to be able to pour my Horseman Fire on to whatever halberds he had, and we did kill one halberd fairly quickly. But, Kolek was a little bit too beefy for Skull Taker and the Soul Grinder. And the Soul Grinder just got, kind of pushed into an ugly spot And I didn't have enough heavy-hitting anti-large to work around all that, but that's the thing, right? You only know what you did wrong in hindsight. Playing in the match, I thought the Fleshhounds would be a good option, but the Tzeentch Knights came out, and they just kind of ran these little dudes down. And the Furies, they got one good engagement on the Hell Cannon, did a bunch of damage to the crew, but they got folded up really fast by countercharging horsemen. I could have brought the Bloodwake Berserkers in, and they may have been able to push up and do good damage, but I just don't know what you do. It's so hard. Alright, let's just go to ladder for a bit. I'm still in the mood for some games, and I've got some time, so we might as well. I'd like to get the, I'd like to get the, bad taste out of my mouth from getting tossed by Berserk so many times. That's what I've been saying about Warriors of Chaos. They have so many units, and they're always going to have Hellstriders and Marauder Horsemen into your mobility core, and both of those units together make life really difficult for Khorne, because you just can't catch that consistently. They've got crazy good Lord options, all of whom are very viable against Khorne. Archaon beats the crap out of everybody that you can run into. And you run into all the other mobility pieces, and there's not much that you're going to be able to throw out that can counter it. Maybe I should try for a Bloodthirster or something, just as a throw pick. See how it can do. Okay, we're playing, Boss is going to be playing us. Okay. So, Boss has been going ham on Nurgle. He was playing Nurgle in the, Legendary Lords tournament with Kugath, and was actually kind of dominating people with Big Boy on his old toilet seat. It was pretty damn impressive. We'll see what we can do about that. We're gonna go with a Scarbrand pick, actually. Scarbrand mobility and one Chaos Warrior to go sit on a point is not a bad idea. I can dig it. I can dig it. Maybe we'll keep the has the Blood Hunt in reserve. What can we afford now? 1150. You know what? Let's play around with the Skull Reapers. I want to see what the Skull Reaper can get done. We'll upvet it, whatever. Fine. Like, decently fast. I can do some stuff for sure. Super cheap Karanak. Hounds in reserve. Minotaurs, super expensive now. Do we need Minos against Nurgle, actually? I don't even know if we need them. I mean, this is not a very typical build that I'd bring into Nurgle, necessarily. But I think that there's some juice here, potentially. It's going to be very cagey, though. Alright, boss is ready, so we can just get it rolling. We'll see what Scarbrando can do here. We've got Karanak for silences, and the Hellforge Beller is going to kill any scary infantry. And we brought Blood Beast instead of Minos so that we could actually fill out with a couple of like late game infantry pieces. Nurgle's really tough for Khorne to tackle in straight up grind. Scarmonger build. You know, Scar Bloodwrath is a pretty fun character. I honestly don't even think he sucks. You never see Scar Bloodwrath get picked, but he's got a few matchups where he can be decently useful. I actually think he's pretty good into the Dowie. He beats all of their characters really quickly. If he gets, like, triple-teamed by a character squad, then he runs into some trouble, but you know, of course have your own Lord to kind of counteract that. You're probably bringing Valkia or Skulltaker. Khorne just doesn't really do too many other kinds of Lords. Every now and then you'll see Scarbrand. Exalted Bloodthirster you don't see very often. I like the Exalted Bloodthirster personally. I think it's a really strong Lord. Especially against factions that don't have tons of ITP or anything like that. He can very quickly start to terror out entire like enemy armies, which can be really funny. I don't know how many units my opponent has. I don't know where the little tooltip went, but whatever. We're going with a million Fleshhounds in the opening. And we're gonna go, we're gonna try and grab all of the objectives out the gate. Our Skull Reapers are gonna hide in the forest and move up in there for the time being, so that Kugath doesn't bulldoze them. Tammy is actually the choice. We got the Noxbringer. Okay, the Noxbringer's gonna do wicked damage to my horseman if I let it, so we might not want to play too hazardously with our horsemen. I'm actually gonna leave one of them in the the forest there. And we'll get up on the number 2 and cap that. There's no reason to do anything against those Nurglings. I'm not that worried about them. We've got a good answer to the Chosen. Is Karanak the way to go here? I think Karanak might be the best option here. Is he shooting at the Horseman? What's he shooting at? Oh, he was shooting at the Horseman. Okay. That shot took frickin' ages to get there.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Let's get the Flesh Hounds over here. And yeah, Tammy wants to come and fight a little bit. We don't have anything great into Tammy. We've got these Skull Reapers, which are going to be pretty good against all the Nurglings and garbage like that. Hellforge Bellowers is going to come in, because we're going to use it to destroy the Chosen, if we can. Let's use the Flesh Hounds to kind of get around the flank here. What is this? Marauder Horseman? Where are my other 2 horsemen? Yeah, they're still in the trees here. Ooh, Breath Attack does miss, which is honestly pretty lucky for me. We get our own Breath Attack off, and it does some really damn good damage to the Chosen here. So a bit of a dive there from my opponent. We're going to engage here. Just run away. The Corn Horsemen should be able to beat the Furies. I mean, come on, guys. Don't lose to this Fury unit. My god. Wow, the Horsemen losing to the Fury is just incredible. Absolutely amazing performance there. I'm falling asleep a little bit, not doing a great job of microing some of the elements in my army, but we are beating the absolute shit out of Tamerkhan here. He's gonna get a heal, but now we're gonna get Karanak out, and we're gonna go pummel the hell out of those guys. So Furies are continuing to cause problems. Let's get on top of this thing. Let's hit here. Turn around and hammer. Tammy in the head-to-head is not doing too hot. We just need the Sorcerer to go down here. Need to put the silence on him. So he's got Nurgle's Favored Son and Curse of the Leper. The problem with Tamerkhan is he does not do well into Scarbrand. Scarbrand is just like way too sauced up for him to handle. So the Chosen are on me over there. We've got a fight going on over here. I don't even know what the hell is happening in this forest. Oh, we got Furies on me. I'm gonna have to do that, because I can't afford to lose another frickin' Horseman. I've been losing way too many of them. I've not been great about my play with those guys. Scarbrand's gonna kill Tamerkhan over here, and we've still got the Hellforge Bellowers and Karanak. And the Noxbringer can't actually shoot right now, which is awesome. Flesh Hounds will be able to counter the Horsemen. We're actually going to move these Horsemen out of here. Come on, dude. Tamerkhan cannot seriously be still alive right now. He's got 100 HP. He's got 1 HP! Oh, he's got the little ability. Does Karanak silence that? What the hell is going on here? How is he alive? He has 1 health! What's happening? I'm so confused right now. Hellforge Bellers is actually bullying the Noxbringer a little bit right now, which is pretty hilarious. Dude, is this still going off? Beast of the Maggot Lord lasts for frickin' ages, apparently. Okay, let's get the Flesh Hounds out. We got the Furies over here, too. I forgot about them. We're just gonna charge all these guys. Try and finish off Scarbrando. We shattered the enemy lord. We're gonna breath attack here. I actually think we're gonna catch those guys before they even get to Scarbrand. So let's nuke them. Running away there.
Has been destroyed.
Brothers
Run! He's got 2,900 value. Scarbrand is pretty vicious. He does a shit ton of damage. Do a little shift clicking. This Fury's going to chase these guys down, while Karanak and the Horsemen are just going to sit here, I guess. So now we just roll the Hellforged Bellowers over and just bully these Chosen of Nurgle, because they will not do well at all with that going on. Oh, the Rotting Riders are on the way over. Okay, so we need answers for them. Don't actually have a lot right now. The my Horsemen are basically out of ammo, which is a little bit rough. Let's just try and roll away from these guys for now. We'll get our throwing axes over to kind of do something about them. Pestigores and some other stuff coming out. Good charge there from the Rotting Riders. They're definitely going to crush those dudes, which I can't do a lot about right now. Just need to keep kiting back. We're going to get another throwing axe. And now with the Flesh Hounds here, we might be able to scrap against these dudes. Get a decent amount of damage in. See if we can break the leadership on those guys while they're struggling a bit. What's going on with this Pestigore unit? I don't know what the hell's happening with this Pestigores. So we're just gonna play footsie with the Rotting Riders as much as we can. The throwing axes are gonna be absolutely disgusting against them because they have no shield. Okay, we got those guys running and routing. We'll get the Flesh Hounds over here. We just need to keep this unit on the move. Still think that we're going to be able to pummel the Rotting Riders with our stuff. And we're going to breath attack them too, which should finish them off. And we did kill the Chosen. They routed and then they got run down by everything that I had on the field. Just need to dive bomb here. We need the Pestigores to go get finished off, potentially. Blood Beast, for sure. Let's come over here and get those guys. And yeah, Rotting Riders are just about to die. So we're just going to buff up all of these units here. And the Throwing Axes and the Hellforged Bellowers should be able to finish them. Now we can even rotate away because Furies are going to do the chase-off job. Scarbrand's just going to continue to sit back here and be very brave about being not brave. I can't even imagine what Khorne's thoughts would be if Scarbrand were to show back up and be like, "Are you proud of me? I got the dub." And Khorne's just sitting there like, "Bro, you spent the entire game sitting at the back of the map, basically." So we got the Horsemen down, the Blood Beasts are in here. We could use the Furies just to chase these guys off. After the Noxbringer shredding my Horsemen, they've actually come out and they've gotten really good value by now, I'm sure. Let's move the Flesh Hounds over. Where are my Blood Beasts? They're over here. I definitely need to cap this point, just to force Nurgle to have to choose objectives that they want to play on, and we're going to move the Hellforged Bellowers over. I think another Forsaken is the way to go over here. We use Karanak to chase those Marauder Horsemen. Kind of hammer those guys. Let me put it in a control group. We'll do this.
No fear, no regret.
You have the
I have a bad habit of not using my hotkeys, which can get you into a little bit of trouble. It does really help with the unit control when you've actually got control groups. Charge these guys down. We'll use the Horsemen to kind of bully here. These Furies are going to die, but I'm going to use Relentless Rage on them, and they're just going to sit there and do whatever it is that they can do. I don't know what the Forsaken are doing over here, but they're blobbing up and down all over the place, very bizarrely.
We serve the slaughterer!
Put it off of fire at will. I'm gonna go charge these guys down. We did shred the Fury. I mean, Relentless Rage is really nice for just guaranteeing end returns in terms of value on units that are basically on death's door, or your opponent thinks they're about to get a really good engagement on something. You just pop that, and then suddenly the fight has completely flipped. Whatever, we'll just keep chasing here. We're gonna have Blood Beasts in against the Furies, so maybe this Marauder Horseman's gonna be able to survive. Forsaken cleared this really nicely. We'll get them on the back of the objective, and the Hellforge Bellers can just sit over here with the other Forsaken unit. And the Furies crumble. Horsemen... probably not going to get caught by the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, but we've got Boss just at his wit's end, I'm sure. Two and 2 today. Hell yeah, dude. 2 and 2 is respectable. That's the way to do it. Anytime you can win as many games as you lose, even if you're a little disappointed in the outcome, you know, you've still done well. This game's hard, you know. Can't be too rough with yourself. You gotta give yourself credit where credit is due. Beating anybody is a, you know, something to hang your hat on. And even if you lose all your games, as long as you played close, then that can be really nice. Scarbrand got his value back, but not a whole lot else. Throwing axes... They were summoned out a couple times. It could have been a little bit smoother. One Flesh Hound with good value, the other two not so good. Probably just need to be more patient with my Flesh Hound play. I think I've been overexcited with them. And the Hellforge Beller did great. I got 1,500 value. Got some good damage on the Chosen of Nurgle, and then it went and beat up on the Noxbringer and helped finish the Rotting Riders. Killing the Rotting Riders after they got summoned out was definitely the big deciding moment. Because without that, there wasn't any way to remove the cannon. It was a really well-played game, boss. Karanak getting on top of your caster and stopping any other magic from being cast was definitely a big issue. But Karanak's always been kind of a hard counter to Nurgle. Sure, we can play boss again. I don't mind. We're on Itza. It's another really good map. What's he going to be playing? He's playing Nurgle again. Okay. Very, very cool. What does the Bracken Anticities tournament look like? Yeah, Navigator is undefeated, Berserk is undefeated, and then there's Anticity and Ulrich with 3 wins, and Potato Devil got 3 wins as well, which is huge. I've got so many freaking op points after that tournament. If only I'd been able to steal a game off of Berserk. God, dude. Alright, I need to pick my army. I've been slacking a little bit. I'm typing away over here. And getting really distracted. So what the final result of the bracket side of tournament was, I'm going to pick my army while I'm letting y'all take a peek at that. So the Skull Reapers were actually pretty damn good. They did clear out a lot of Nurglings, and then they scrapped against the Chosen pretty nicely. Might try them again, just to see if they're peak, or if they're actually a mid-unit in disguise, but I could swap it up here a little bit, I guess. I'm actually gonna go for a very different build. Let's try out some of these other units that Khorne's got and see how it goes. Oh, buddy, this is one of the all-times right here. Tamercon's death explosion is really disappointing, honestly. Surprised there's not more West Coast players, since, I mean, Turin literally lives in Cali. You would imagine that all the Cali folks would be inspired to play, but maybe everybody's just playing other stuff. I'd be curious to see what the multiplayer distribution is across the globe. Because it's not like the biggest community in the world. There's a decent number of people out there. How do you feel about Brave Alley? I don't really like Brave Alley for Khorne outside of a few matchups. I think they're really favored on that map against like true ranged factions. But against other Chaos factions and even against other Chaos factions and against good artillery factions, I think that the uphill terrain is actually really disadvantageous for you and gets super obnoxious and difficult to handle. That's my 2 cents on it. Sure. Let's get these dudes in. Oh, you know what? Let's try this out. Okay. Maybe one more. Cut back on that. We've got a little bit of money left over. So what do I need? Yeah, sure. We're trying out a very different unit from something that I would typically be bringing. Good luck, have fun, by the way, boss. Let me get y'all swapped over now. And y'all can take a gander at my sticky, tricky little build. Yeah, won't forget the overlay. Thank you. Oh my god, dude. I forget it like once every other stream, I swear. Yeah, the cover on the points is awesome, so Chosen are actually pretty good on Brave Alley. Khorne dual weapons are pretty vicious. The only worry about the dual weapons is their vulnerability to focus fire. It gets really hairy for them if your opponent has some good options.
I will.
Generally speaking, though, you've got an... on that map in particular, you've got a pretty nice situation set up for them. I think... How do I want to position my units? Actually, going to keep these guys in the forest here. We're going to use our Khorngors and Marauder. I love getting the high ground objective on this map because it's actually really easy to hold. These pillars are really annoying to maneuver around. So this is one of those classic areas where I'm talking about cutting off portions of the map for your opponent. If you control the #1 objective and your opponent's trying to maneuver around these pillars, it's very easy to jump on their overextended units at that point. Oh, we got an Exalted Great Unclean one, which is really fun to see. Skull Taker's gonna go hide in the trees. We'll use the Bloodthirster to just run around here. We're gonna grab this point, roll even motor over to go smack the Frolicker's Bubonic real quick.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Oh, and the Festering Stooges being a interesting choice here. So what we don't have is the Hellforged Bellowers, which is a big problem. We're not going to be able to do a whole lot about the Festering Stooges there. Let's go move up on the #3, and we'll just defend this #2, and we'll even rotate like way around the battlefield here. Let's go fly over. Let's get the Bloodthirster and Skull Taker back for a moment. We'll work on figuring out what exactly it is that we need. Let's just get our throwing axes going. We'll think about doing some business here. Yeah, there's the Furies. They are once again coming out onto the field to try and jump my poor little horsemen. Don't super want that to happen.
Butcher them. I will. Yes.
What do we need here? Hounds of the Blood Hunt might actually be a pretty good call right now. Plus the Forsaken.
No scars on my back. Goes.
Festering Stooges really want to use their javelins right now.
Stalking my enemy. Slaughter. The Skull Taker's decree.
God, dude, the Noxbringer is so brutal. So we got one volley out without taking a bunch of damage, which is nice. We got a second one there, avoiding most of the damage. We're going to get away and try to not get hit by all the throwing axes. Let's pull back. Got the point. We'll send the Brutes of the Hound over on the Horsemen, or like out of ammo, but whatever. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
Victory point.
Let's get a Fury around the back and just go charge that stuff down. Skull Taker gonna dodge one final volley here. Seems like my opponent doesn't want to actually use that right now. Skull Taker's gonna bully the Festering Stooges. They are not very good into chariots and shock damage, which I have a lot of. We're gonna get magic Curse of the Leper going down, so we'll just trot away for the moment. I'll have the Festering Stooges chill here for the time being, and we'll get our Bloodthirster over to try and do some damage to the Exalted Great and Clean. That's a good jump. The Furies I was a little bit too incautious with.
I will butcher them, man, weakling. Install taken.
Missed the charge, which is rough. Let's see if we can get on the rear of that fight. And let's use our Horsemen to just go charge after my opponent's Horsemen. Let's see what we can do. It's a really good jump on the Furies here. It's really hard for Khorne to do anything with the damn Bloodthirsters. They're just so mediocre. It's not going well at all for it right now. Which I guess I shouldn't be too surprised by. It's just a bad unit. I wanted to see if maybe we could do something with them. I don't like my odds in this game right now at all. Not going too hot for me. Khorngors need to get underneath that unit. This is just a classic Khorne not being able to do off-meta stuff, really.
I will.
Oh my god, and it's losing to the Angels of Decay. Yeah, opponent getting a really fat heal, probably, or some business like that. Yeah, this thing just gets shot to death. That's probably GG, honestly. I don't even know what you do here.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Where's the Hound also got their ass handed to them by these Demon Spew, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, Festering Stooge is not doing much. I just need the... You have to have the Hellforged Bellowers against some of these factions, dude. If you don't, then you're just hamstringing yourself. Like, honestly, nothing in my army is well-tuned for what my opponent has here. Like, the Horsemen, they just lose all their ammo to the Noxbringer, and then Bloodthirster can't dive the characters because the Nurgle Horsemen are there to shoot you. We could have handled the Festering Stooges better. We also overextended on the flank and got punished by the Demon Spew. They did a good job of killing the Bloodwake Berserkers. That's just an ouchies. Bloodthirsters try not to be disappointing as hell. It's literally impossible for them to value trade. They're too expensive. You compare, like, all of the Greater Demon monster options are pretty bad. Like, you go look at the Keeper of Secrets. How many times do you see these things in the game? Never. And this unit is 1650. The Bloodthirsters are wildly overcosted for what they do. They are not that chunky. They've got 7,700 HP, which really isn't all that much. Tzeentch Lords of Change are 550 gold cheaper and still don't even value trade that well. I just don't understand the idea behind the Greater Demon balancing choices, because they are all over the place. And Khorne's variant being the worst out of the entire bunch and more expensive just seems like a massive joke to me. Oh yeah, Doc, that's right. Let's actually do that real quick. Just to point out, like, look at, like, the Bloodthirster is the exact same cost as Uncle Furuncle. And look at all the stuff that Furuncle gets. He gets 2 Bound Stream of Corruptions, a Spirit Leech, 2 Defiling Deluges, you know, Terror Causing, and blah, 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 blah. Great stats, and then you can see the Bloodthirster in the side-by-side compare. Plus, he's got 12,000 HP. Bloodthirster has 4,600 less, only 20 more armor, less leadership, does have more speed, which is nice. The weapon strength isn't that much better. The charge bonus doesn't mean much for flying units, because flying combat is weird and doesn't work the way that it should. So, this is functionally useless. It's just, like, why? What is going on here? That's why the Soul Grinder's the choice, because the Soul Grinder has a ranged attack. It can counter skirmish a little bit. Everything you want the Bloodthirster to do, in theory, the Soul Grinder does as well. But does it more efficiently, because it can actually use its charge bonus effectively, and then it's got the ranged attack, so it's not useless outside of the skirmish phase, like the Bloodthirster is. Like, immediately with the Horsemen and, the 2 powerful characters, the Bloodthirster is just not able to engage any of the stuff that it wants to. So, what are you supposed to do with it? Keeper is the best. The Marquis of Masochism is okay. The ROR Slaanesh one is honestly pretty strong, because he gets Feasting on Fear just like the Exalted version does. And especially into undead factions, and just low leadership factions in general, you can actually get value out of this thing, because it gets the heals constantly, dude. It's really good at terror routing positions with the, obviously being able to cause fear, but you also get Phantasmagoria. I mean, that's like an immediate early collapse of an enemy's line if you get a good cast of this off, because it's a snare with a leadership debuff for 11 seconds, 100-meter range that you can cast it from. Like, Bloodthirsters could never, in comparison. And it's got better stats, too. Like, why? The Bloodthirster would only be good if you gave it, like, 75 melee attack and probably close to 60 melee defense, and then maybe it would be an okay unit. Or you could drop the cost of it down to, like, 1550, and then you could maybe justify bringing it. Yeah, the Glamour of Slaanesh is okay, too. -5 melee defense isn't all that good, but it is something. Slaanesh can stack quite a few debuffs, which is nice. So I guess it can synergize with some of their other spellcasting options, like Acquiescence is a melee defense debuff. So with a -5 to melee attack, and then lowering the melee defense by that much with a spell cast, you can get some extra good engagements. Give it another minute and see if anybody else is on. If there's no... If I don't get a match in the next 30 seconds, we can do a few more new player tournament replays before I go. What do we got? I don't think I've ever played this person. Let's just play more Khorne. I'm just going to keep experimenting and practicing these guys. Play with Arball this game, unless it's some abysmal matchup. I mean, Ogre Kingdom is not great for Arball. You know what? I'm actually going to bring the Exalted Bloodthirster this game. This is one of the matchups where I think the Bloodthirster is actually fairly decent. So we'll see what we can do with him. Oh, not the Soul Grinder. Whoops. Get rid of that thing. Soul Grinder's not bad here, but this is just a triple Minotaur kind of matchup. You have to have anti-large against the Ogre Kingdoms, but I will tell you that actually the best units that Khorne has here, low-key, is the Cultists, because they run in, and they drop their Bloodletter summons, which actually can do some pretty big damage to Lead Belchers and such. And they can actually chase Lead Belchers down pretty well. The Lead Belchers are pretty slow units. And you can use the Bloodletter summons in conjunction with Furies to crush those guys. We are on Celestial Lake, so the Flesh Hounds are going to be kind of bad here. Probably not going to be using them at all, in fact. I don't think we want the Slaughter Guard. They're too slow. I don't see them getting into any kind of fight that doesn't involve Lead Belcher shooting them to death, so we'll avoid that. We'll get 2 Horsemen in reserve. We'll just get another Fury, and we're just going full aggro. We'll see what Saint Zu is able to do. Like I said, I've never played them, so this is always a learning experience. Okay, he's ready. Not paying attention. Still giving auto advice on Discord. Oh, was he? Okay, that's cool. No, I'm saying the yeah, Glamour of Slaanesh is not a leadership debuff, it's a melee attack debuff. And Slaanesh has Acquiescence, which lowers the melee defense by 24. And it lowers speed by 25%, which is ridiculous because Slaanesh already basically gets free catches on most factions' mobility units. Like, them being able to do it even harder with Pavane and with Pavane and Acquiescence is taking it a little far. Plus Phantasmagoria, man.
Father's marauders! Father's warriors! Bloodfather, guide me! Let there be chaos!
We'll just put this in a locked group. We'll have one Marauder back on the number 1. We'll have another Marauder out here to support. The Khorne Gores are just going to get into position to grab the number 3, and these guys are actually going to hide in the forest up to the end here. You can, if you have Vanguard deployment, even if you don't have Vanguard deployment, you can advance a unit hidden all the way up to the end of the trees here, which is a pretty fair distance, right? It's pretty cool. Oh, a Greases build. Hell yeah. That's interesting. Got dual weapon bulls. We got a bunch of, yeah, we got a bunch of Noblars, obviously. Piggyback Knights, Piggyback Riders, Ogre Bulls on the way in. Not that worried about it. The Furies, even if the if your opponent didn't bring missiles for the Furies to attack, you can still bring out them out. There's the player list. I don't know how I forgot about the toggle for it. You can still bring the Furies out to help clear the front line because Pigback Riders and Nobblers get just dunked on by Furies. Furies are really nasty against these poor little guys.
We have a victory point.
We actually don't really want to fight Greases, so we're gonna just ignore him for the time being. My opponent can cap this point if he wants. I think we're gonna maybe go for a little bit of a push onto my opponent's back objective. And we'll tuck these guys in. We'll get a Minotaur out to go support the units in the tree line here. Let's just get this going. These are the Piggyback Knights, so we're going to use the Cultists to attack those guys, and we'll get our Exalted Bloodthirster to get a free rear charge here. Golg's Maneater's coming in, which is great. Not super surprised to see them. Let's get the Minotaurs back for the time being. Because we're going to use the Marauders to actually go and charge these guys down. There's an Eshin Maneater on the field, which is interesting to see. Now let's advance up on this point, and we'll get our Fury Swarms developed out. Alright, dual weapon bulls need to do some damage here. We need to get the Minotaurs in to kill those guys, and yeah, immediately we're starting to terror out some of the Nobblars here. And the Exalted Bloodthirster's going to get up in the air and then try and do it all again. What is coming out here? Butcher with Great Maw Magic. We can actually isolate that guy right now and go beat up on him. Alright, looks like my opponent is going to be a little bit discerning and careful about that fight. Really good rampage from my opponent. It has left his the middle objective very free for me to be able to punch a lot of his Nobblars and Pigback Riders and stuff. Just gonna Minos away, and we're just gonna drop our Bloodletter summons to do as much damage as possible in these fights, because there are a lot of bodies to clear out. And Bloodletters also cause fear, which really hurts against the Nobblar hordes. They really don't love the rampages and damage from all that. We need to kill the Pigback Knights and Riders. And the Cultists, this is why Cultists are so good, dude. They wreck Butchers in combat. Butchers get absolutely clowned on by the Cultists. It's really funny. They do a great job in this matchup at killing those characters. We can't... I mean, we don't really want to fight a lot of this stuff. We're just going to keep farming kills until we can just drop a Sword of Corn or something. And kind of like clear out the remainder of this. And we'll get another 2 Corn Gores on the field. And send them in deep. Minos and Corn Gores gonna go over here. We're gonna make sure the Nobbler Trappers die. The Cultists are getting beat up now. You can see the Eshin Maneater is a real problem for them. They don't do nearly as well into him as they do against the butchers, so they're kind of getting beat up right now. I think this is okay. I mean, my opponent does have healing, but we've killed most of the Noblars on the field. Most of his stuff is running away. And we've still got fairly healthy Minotaurs. So let's just, let's actually just get over and get on this point. Dual weapon bulls are going down. We've got a sword that we could use, but we probably want to just save up for another Minotaur. And then we're gonna pop Horn and Relentless Rage onto whatever unit needs it, and grind out the Ogre Kingdoms from there. Because all they've got are Man-Eaters, and yeah, just Man-Eaters, and they've basically got a heal blob at this point. You know what? Actually, you know what? Double Throwing Axe is the way to go here, actually. On some of these guys. Let's just hold on to the middle point. And let's keep stuff in the trees. Because Ogre Kingdoms hate fighting in forests. Like a million large units in the trees is never really going to do all that much. Let's actually use Relentless Rage here on the Corngors, because I don't think my opponent's really paying attention. Over here, he's probably going to keep grinding on top of this unit, and they can get a little bit of extra value just fighting the Eshin Man-Eater. It'll force out a heal potentially here. Shoot Greases with the throwing axes, and then we'll kite away and just stay ahead of all this stuff. Don't want to get too far in. What is this? The Boglars of the Mad Marshes are on the way out. Yeah, it's gonna take some time for the Ogre Kingdoms to reconstitute their army for any kind of serious push. It's got the Trappers coming in. Well, we've got another fresh Minotaur unit coming out. Look at the damage from the Pigback Knights on that charge, man. The one Marauder Horseman here took quite a bit of damage from them. You don't love to see it, but not a whole lot you can do about it. Let's just get ready for this fight, because I think my opponent's going to try and, like, brute force his way through the trees here, up into me. Yeah, it does look like he's trying to do it. Alright, let's attack here. Just keep these guys up in the sky, and we are getting really good damage on the gold Man-Eaters right now. Let's pop the horn now to get all these dudes buffed up. Pigback Riders leaving themselves open on the flank there. Another Corngor up. This is a little sad. Poor, Exalted Bloodthirster doesn't have any fights, really, to get involved in. That's the Rampage. Dude, it's doing a lot of damage, for real. The Blob is scary. It's actually doing a lot against me. Alright, I need you guys to not get totally annihilated here. Units are still fighting. I actually have the double cultist rallied. I just noticed that they're finding some courage again. Dude, what's up with the poor warriors lately? Jeez Louise. Let's get the Minos to go get the Lead Belchers here. Corngor's continuing to grind. Minotaurs are going down. The value is okay on them. They definitely could be, they could definitely stand to do more for me, but it is what it is, I guess. Let's just try and steal my opponent's points here. get the corridors over here as well.
Torn Slayer moving.
This may be over-aggressive, but Corngors on top of the Man-Eaters here is going to be really nice. My opponent ground me down here. We're going to unsummon all this stuff. We're going to go grab that point, obviously. We are killing the Lead Belchers now, and we do have a great engagement on the Man-Eater Great Weapons, who are dying horribly. So you just need to keep trying to pull the Ogre Kingdom's army apart, and I think we'll be fine. Let's get a Fury as well, and send them out over here. Did we kill the Lead Belchers? Kind of. Let's kill the Golg's Man-Eaters, dude. They're super irritating. They're pissing me off all game. The Butcher is in an exposed position right now. What is going on here? Come on, guys. Like, actually kill some stuff, please. I'm just begging you to actually finish these units off. Alright, we actually got our cast off before my opponent's units were able to kind of force the engagement and the pressure here. Corngors are threatening to break early once more. Always on the always on that business, man. Corngors breaking before they get their army ability off, or their unit ability, is so common. It's so frustrating too.
Sent by chaos. Bloodthirster marching.
The Butcher is gonna get another cast off here.
It begins.
These are dying to the Noblar Trappers. This is a cool build, man. This is a really cool Ogre Kingdoms build. I actually do like the inclusion of a lot of these units. I just don't think that it's a build that's gonna really work against Khorne consistently is the big problem. So, I mean, I'm replacing my losses just fine. As long as I don't lose my Lord here, we will be able to bunker up and continue to be able to play footsie with all the Ogre Kingdoms units. Noblar Trappers have been pretty good. And the Man-Eater Great Weapons have been pretty solid. 1100 and 800. It's really the Man-Eaters. The Golg's Man-Eaters are always the scary tool. Greases with the dreaded 330 value, guys. Let's just send our boy up over here. We don't want to go in yet. Get the Corngors and those guys moving in. Do we save up for another Minotaur? The Minotaurs really haven't been the X factor. I think I actually want the Fury. Mornfang, great weapons on the way in. Let's go get these guys. They actually overextended a little bit. They're really not in a great spot. Eshin Man-Eater with 1100 value is kind of cool, and I don't know what the hell ability that was, but looked nice.
Boiling hatred. Marauding onward. I go for Khorne. Escaping doom.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Unending
Just
glory
running the
is
timeout on the
yours.
Ogre Kingdoms there. Ogre Kingdoms are very hard to finish as a faction because of all their heals. The Greasus pick is intriguing, and it worked, kind of. Like, because of Greasus, I could never really get a full handle on my opponent's army. But by that same token, I didn't really have to. I really just needed to play delaying actions for the most part. On the one Lead Belcher that came out, we just shut down immediately. There you go, Piston. You got some other West Coast dudes. Yeah, the Ogre Kingdoms took a really fun build there. My Bloodthirster didn't have as much to do in that game because I didn't really have good targets to dive with him. I got some damage on the Butcher at one point, which was nice. Really, the reason the Exalted Bloodthirster is so good is because of the Terror Routes. And we got a lot of Terror Routes, which kind of ruined my opponent's game plan there. Because that was just I'm going to make a big old blob, and you're not going to have the units on Khorne to do anything about it type of build. And after all of the buffs to Greases, he really isn't bad now. Maybe if my opponent had just bunkered up on the middle point, it would have been a little bit better for him. But I don't know. I mean, the Eshin Maneater was in there to hammer a Bloodthirster, so were a bunch of Maneater great weapons. Golg's Maneaters can even do some good damage to those guys, so using my Bloodthirster sparingly was the right play, and it was just a wait-and-see approach. Alright, what do we have time for? I think we can do, let's do a couple of replays from the new player tournament before we go. I'm gonna go turn the map pack back on, so give me a sec, let me do that, and I'll be right back in, guys. Someone said that Saint Zoo was in a Turin video recently. What were they playing in that video? Was it a similarly off-meta Ogre Kingdoms build? Because I love Ogre Kingdoms. I just hate the way that most people play Ogre Kingdoms, because it's the same builds over and over and over again. And Ogres, unlike some of the other factions in the game, do have a majority of their units being pretty decent. They can go wide, they can go tall, they can do no range, they can do all range. They are very, very interesting to see people play them, other than just the Lead Belchers and a million Noblars playstyle, which is what you see 9 times out of 10 in tournaments. Either that or they mix in a Thunder Tusk somewhere, and Thunder Tusks are more balanced, but they're still pretty cheesy. Khorne wishes it had a majority of its units be good. Basically, all of the monsters are bad. The Slaughter Brood I haven't played a ton with, to be honest. But in my previous experience with it, it was very mediocre. Which is a real shame. I just wish that Khorne had cool single entities that worked. Soul Grinder is the closest that you get. And even it has trouble, depending on what's going on with your opponent's summons. Ogres into Wood Elves? Maybe. I don't know, though. It's actually... No, you know what? We'll see if Suga is able to take out a rogue AI here. It's a fun build. The problem with this Ogre Kingdoms build into Wood Elves is that Wood Elves have AP baseline spear units in the Eternal Guard who are really dangerous. Their melee defense is not amazing.
Keep it from the foe.
The Eternal Guard. Oh, this is the unshielded version. The shielded version with the 44 is pretty good. I was wondering what the hell was going on. It's like, I don't remember it being that low, but okay. At 44, it's damn solid for such a cheap unit. And they do have a good bonus versus large of 15, so well over the threshold on the Ogre Bull Iron Fists. And I think this might be a matchup where the all-melee Ogre Kingdoms style is not a very good bet. I do appreciate the no lead belchers, but what you could really use here is a couple of Noblar scrap launchers, and then the Butcher with the Great Maw magic is actually a really good call. Because you can counter Arrow of Kurnus at that point. Arrow of Kurnus does good damage, but you only get 3 uses of it, and it is limited in most tournaments to 1. So your opponent doesn't have an unlimited amount to just bully your poor scrap launchers with. If you can throw out a couple of scrap launchers, they very easily outrange Glade Guard and the Hawkeyes of Jakira. They also do a ton of damage when they make contact with any of the units, really. I mean, Noblar Scrap Launcher's problem is the accuracy, but the actual damage output is really damn good, and so against tightly packed infantry, just 1 or 2 of the multiple shots that come in can do some horrific damage, and then against spread out units, those can be hit a lot more accurately by Scrap Launchers, believe it or not. Really wild fight going on out here. The Gorgers and the Eshin Maneater actually have the Wild Hunters of Kurnus summoned out on top of them. I really don't think a rogue AI was aware that these guys were over here, because they are both stalked units. There wasn't anything close enough to spot them. I think that was just a lucky summon. Wild Hunters of Kurnus immediately killing the Gorger unit. Eshin Maneater trying to pull away. Gorgers are honestly really bad. They do not function very well outside of the anti-infantry role, and even there's a lot of hazard in terms of their use case, just because they have no armor. On release, they were stupidly OP with their unit size, so they did get a lot of nerfs as a result. They're arguably over-nerfed now. But there are a couple of matchups where Gorgers can be fairly useful. Against the Wood Elves, though, I don't really see them being good. Bruiser hanging out with the Pigback Riders and a couple of Iron Fist Bulls. Good value lead for a rogue AI right out the gates, and a good terror route on the Blood Vultures. Blood Vultures do get a little damage on the Glade Lord, but they get counterfired by all of the Glade Guard. And the Hawkeyes of Jakira, here they are. Chilling out on the flank. They've got that Discourage effect on their missile, which is brutal for Ogre Kingdoms. Because Ogre Kingdoms are fairly low leadership outside of their elite stuff. And when I say their elite stuff, I mean stuff like better than Iron Guts. I'm talking like the Man-Eaters, who are all really expensive. They're really the only ones that have decent chance at paying for themselves as well. Iron Guts tend to be a pretty mediocre unit. 70 leadership is okay. They've got decent stats. But their bonus versus infantry is really low, and their armor is really best used in like matchups for greenskins. I would say is pretty good for Iron Guts, because they can beat up on Orc Boy Spears, which are really the only thing you're going to see for the greenskins in that matchup. You'll see a lot of Ogre Bull, or not Ogre Bull, but Boar Boy Biggins on their little piggies. Those can do a lot of damage to Iron Guts if they're caught out of position. I don't know what's going to happen here for the Ogre Kingdoms. They're getting shot off with the number 2 objective right now. AI is getting an even bigger lead here. You do get a good cast of marked for Eaton on the Sisters of Thorn. But they do just immediately pull away from the Ogre Bolts anyways. The speed debuff is nice, but it's not substantial enough to actually allow a 90 speed unit to be caught by something that has 54 speed and is also getting poisoned. Sisters of the Thorn are a really strong kite unit. They've got much better range than most Javelin units do, and their missile strength is a little bit better as well. Iron Fist moving in. It's going to be a bit of a bum rush from the Ogre Kingdoms now, but they've lost quite a few units already. And the Man-Eater Ogre Pistols are struggling pretty mightily right now. Slaughtermaster with the Beast Magic is dropping a little bit of Flock of Doom action. It's not going bad. He's got a little bit of value here. 580 is respectable. But you can see the Iron Guts get caught out of position here. They dive real deep for the Glade Guard and the Hawkeyes, but they don't really get a good collapse on either of those units. And now Dryads and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are in underneath these guys, and they're going to get dragged down fairly quickly. They get a little bit of value. It's not too terrible, but fighting without Noblar support is never a good spot for ogres of any type to be in. They're so reliant on the little guys for damage mitigation. And just whatever additional value that they can grab. Without those little Noblars underneath, Iron Guts brought low real fast. 420 value, absolutely. They get the idea. They know what's going on. Mornfang Cavalry with the Great Weapons. I actually don't think you need Mornfang Great Weapons in this matchup. Against the Wood Elves, I actually think what you really want against the Wood Elves is lots of Blood Vultures and a lot of Saber Tusk packs. Because there's not a lot of armor that you need to get through, and Mornfang Great Weapon Cav are actually pretty damn expensive at 300, or not 300, 1,350 gold. And the AP is really wasted here, and their stats are whatever. Having a ton of Saber Tusk packs is really nice because you can get a huge army out very quickly and swarm the Wood Elves before they're able to get all their mobility answers out. And with a ton of Blood Vultures and Saber Tusk packs, you're usually going to be able to find good isolations on Wild Riders. And Wild Riders do have Fizz Res, but they have low armor values nonetheless, and Saber Tusk packs have a ridiculous amount of weapon strength. I'm pretty sure Saber Tusk packs have 70 weapon strength apiece. So you could use them to really get around the flanks and get up into the missile line for the Wood Elves. You can't compromise the missiles of the Wood Elves. You're going to lose against them. That goes for every single faction in the game. You either need to outrange the Wood Elves, which Ogre Kingdoms can do, or you need to bum rush them, which Ogre Kingdoms can also do, but this isn't really the army, the kind of force that's well suited for that. Ogre Bolt Iron Fists aren't a bad unit, but they can't just sit there and weather fire like other shielded units, because it's a fairly limited block chance at 35%. Bronze shields are nice, but they really don't provide you a whole lot of opportunity and utility for weathering damage. It's just so that you can close the gap before they get absolutely wrecked. Eshin Maneater caught out here, hasn't gotten a lot of value. This has been a very well-managed game on Rogue AI's part. The aggression for the Ogre Kingdoms gets countered fairly easily after a very nice series of ranged engagements from the Glade Guard and the Hawkeyes of Jakira, who have all more than paid for themselves. Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting 1,800 after having a really rough starting fight just because they kind of got surprised here with the Gorgers. They still killed them, though. They still had some time to maneuver around and get some other pretty good fights with their remaining HP. Sisters are poking away, and they've got some good targets of opportunity here. Pigback Knights do have a really good shield, But when they're engaged in melee combat, obviously they lose it, and they've got really low armor. So Sisters of the Thorn going to be able to do the balance of the damage needed to finish this unit off, I think. They do have belly stance, which is cool, from the Bruiser. Expert charge defense and charge reflection's nice. I also think that, you know, the Bruiser is a little out of place here. Bruiser does not synergize well with what the Ogre Kingdoms are usually trying to do. Ogre Kingdoms just don't want to play defensively, so belly stance is just never going to do a whole lot. Like, I guess giving the reflection and whatnot to your pigback riders and the Noblars is kind of a cool idea, but in practicality, just sitting and waiting for your opponent to advance on you, when you're a faction with 54 speed units and a ton of other really quick mobile options, like the Blood Vultures and Saber Tusk packs, just kind of makes this not a very good ability. I just don't ever see anybody bringing this guy, nor do I ever see him doing anything when he is out on the field. Like, he's having a hard time killing this Branch Wraith right now. For an anti-infantry character, you would really expect him to actually be able to put more of a beatdown on an infantry-sized foe. The Branch Wraith just walks away, and now he's going to get bulldozed by the Sisters of Thorn. They're going to surround him and actually do really good damage here. They're fairly strong in melee combat, too. They've got good melee attack and melee defense. For a skirmish piece like this, you compare them to Marauder Horsemen or Marauder Horse Masters, even. And they are substantially more expensive, but they get the bound spells and have the better stats. I think they even have more, I think they do actually have more HP than Marauder Horsemen and Horse Masters, too. Ogre Kingdom's trying to hold. Wood Elves are being very lackadaisical with the summons. I mean, they have a ridiculous amount of supplies in the bank. And have just not been summoning the units out to grab the points. That's playing with fire. I mean, you've got your opponent's home objective, but tickets are not really amazing for you, and there's never a time that people are just fully out of games. I mean, this is about as bad as it could look for the Ogre Kingdoms, but I guess there's an outside chance that they could find a way to summon in a few units and play hit and run and footsie on the objectives and keep you guessing as to where they're going. Think with the Wild Hunters of Kurnus back out, though, and these Glade Guard and the 2 Eternal Guard going to the number 3, that this is going to be a fairly well-handled victory for the Wood Elves. They are going to lose the Glade Lord, but she did get 1,800 value thereabouts. She does have a Prey of Anathema and Arrow of Kurnus left. It would be nice to see her actually get to use that. Might be able to now with an Earthblood going off on her. I think that'll get her up to, yeah, 1,200 HP. It's probably going to be enough for her to be able to rally on the leadership. You can see it almost back in the bank for her. Melkoth's going down on the Blood Vultures just to try and get those guys off her back. You can see the damage that it's doing to them. It's a pretty damn good spell for units with as many models as like Blood Vultures, Carrion, Furies. Those all get fairly well handled by Melkoths. It's a very multifunctional spell. The only thing it's not great against is infantry, but even there it can still do some fairly effective damage. Bruiser continuing to anchor the point, but continuing to lack value. Look at the Slaughtermaster with the Beast Magic. The Flocks of Doom have been doing almost all of the heavy lifting for the Ogre Kingdoms here. I would hazard a guess that they don't have a single unit that's paid for itself outside of this guy. The magic users for the Ogre Kingdoms are exceptionally strong, and I do like the Beast Magic here. The rest of the army, though, doesn't synergize around the aggressive magic choice. If you're going to play defensively with the Ogre Kingdoms, you probably want to go for Troll Guts and just try and heal up your expensive units. and keep them alive as long as possible. With the beast magic, you want to get your forces in quickly and just be popping the Flocks of Doom the entire time to continue counteracting any of the Earthbloods from Branch Wraith. And slowly wearing out the cavalry so that you can just push past them. Because the cavalry are the big issue. Wild Riders and Wild Hunters of Kurnus tend to be pretty effective at countering the Ogre Bulls. It's really only against swarming numbers that they really fall off, which is why I recommend the Saber-Tusk packs. They're going to get on top of the Slaughtermaster, and he's going to go down real hard. The Christmas Cav get in here. They've got the cool little animated glowing pokey sticks. I guess that's why they're armor-piercing, right? We can headcanon that's like the power of the Oak of Ages or something. Poor guy. Sinks to his knees and we get a tap out at the exact same time. Head bowed in defeat, man, you know. Hate to see it. All that heroic effort wasted by the remainder of the army just did not get it done, man. Eshin Maneater got close to paying for himself. I mean, I guess the Bruiser held up as well as the Slaughtermaster in terms of survivability, but 833 value when he was on the field the entire game is not good. Not going to cut it. Scratch that. There was one unit that paid for itself. That was the Maneater Ogre Pistols. They did get 1,500 value. I'm pretty sure the Blood Vultures came in multiple times. I don't think it got that on one summon. Hawkeyes or Jakira, almost, well, they're a little bit off of 2xing their value. I think at 3,000 they're doubling it. But 2,600 is pretty incredible. They put in some serious work for the Forest Folk. Yeah, they needed 2,900 to 2x it, but damn close nonetheless. And I think they used all their ammo and were able to be unsummoned. That's the rogue that I'm used to seeing. We watched another tournament game where Rogue looked really out of sorts and a little sluggish with the decision-making. And I hadn't seen that out of them. This looked a lot more like them playing within themselves on the Wood Elves. It's cool to see. I love the Wood Elves, man. They can be a little frustrating to play into at times, but they do require incredible micro in order to execute at a very high level, right? They're a lot like Beastmen. Beastmen and Wood Elves having a fairly even matchup kind of goes a long way in illustrating that they're functionally very similar factions. Beastmen are just a little more melee-oriented, obviously, but a lot of the same principles apply. Hit and run and aggression are the name of the game. It's just that the Wood Elves exert that via ranged, and then some fairly expensive cavalry options that are a really good cleanup tool for any pressure on those ranged pieces. And Beastmen are super cheap range that can uptrade really nicely, but really function best when supporting the more mobile elements like the Centigores, and then obviously like the Gore Herds and Zangors, Corngors. Even the Blackhorns Ravagers and the Bestigor Herds see quite a bit of play. Beastmen have a very functional roster. Pretty much everything on the Beastmen roster is decent. The only units that aren't really good are the Incarnate Elemental and probably the Arwar Jabberslythe. The Gorgons are okay. I've seen a couple of matchups where they can do well. Feral Manticores are cheap terror. They can be pretty useful. And Giants even have a couple of matchups where they're strong. Giants have actually come into their own in some ways. There's a couple of matchups where a well-positioned Giant can be a incredibly annoying roadblock for your opponent, especially on maps where there's home objectives. If your opponent doesn't have a ton of shooting, then the Giants can really hold their own and cause a lot of leadership problems with the terror routes. Alright. More replays. Any wacky builds? I did cover a lot of the replays from this tournament. Oh, Smoky Loco on the Ogre Kingdoms in this game. I don't think we actually oh, okay, though. Hold on. Wow. Damn, dude. Dark Horse with the totally bonkers Throg Troll and Chaos Dragon build. Into the Chaos Dwarves. This is gonna be a crazy game. Alright, so we're on Edge of the Darkwood here. We've got a Sorcerer Prophet of Fire on the Lamasu, which is a fun, very cool mount. You know, fairly resilient. It does have spell resistance, and then it's got the Sorceress Miasma, which negates magic damage and silences in the 20-meter aura, so... against the Chaos Dragons, these guys do have magic attacks that they're fairly reliant on for, you know, chipping through any Fizz Res, and that means that Kadai Fireborn could actually fight with the Sorcerer Prophet here against the Frost Dragons, because these guys are fairly weak to the fire damage from that particular source. You pop Enfeebling Foe on a Chaos Dragon that you catch on the ground with your Kadai, and you can get some real work done that way. Norscan Ice Trolls moving all the way around to the number 3, and Norscan Warhounds want to cap the number 2, but we do see a fairly decent-sized force of Hobgoblins that are going to be trying to control those. Norska just does not have the cap weight here to take this number 2 away from the Chaos Dowie. Chaos Dwarves are completely recentering their army right now, looking to get up on the number 3. They do want to take that. Well, I don't think you should really waste your time. Just go for controlling the number 1 objective over here. And do what you can to lock down the Norscan Warhounds. Yeah, Cold Voider is gonna beat the crap out of the Sorcerer Prophet. You can see the Chilling Aura and Frostbite lowering that speed down to 34 from 85. Brutal stuff, man. These slows are nasty. Anytime you see Frostbite and the Chilling Aura together, you know you're in for a really bad time disengaging from fights. There's actually a decent number of units that have it available. Thunder Tusks, Race of the Frozen Heart, the Frost Dragons here have it. I know there's a couple of others. I'm blanking on them off the top of my head, though. Nordskin Warhounds are currently chasing the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, but really amazing micro from Renataki. Just pulling these guys out and, you know, using the Goblin Laborers to force the Warhounds to engage against something is a good call. Warhounds really want to find value against other mobile units that are fairly low armor, so Goblin Laborers mucking up the works on that definitely leaves them very vulnerable to down trading horrifically, which is definitely on the table here. They are just getting pummeled by the arrow fire from all these Hobgoblins, and you can see the Chaos Tower still controlling that middle point. Even though they did lose their home objective, the cap situation is still favoring Renataki because the number 1 took so long to recap. We've got Marauder Horsemen over here, a couple Warhounds. They're all getting up in the trees. They're gonna be in a lot of trouble with the Kadai Fireborn, though. The Kadai are very good at clearing out even the Horsemen. The Horsemen, being a large target, would usually be fairly resilient. Kadai don't have very good melee attack at base. They're very reliant on the bonus, but the Marauder Horsemen have awful melee defense. So they aren't even going to be able to find opportunities to dive in this backline right now. Good rush with the Norskin Ice Trolls getting out on the number 3, locking it back down. Oh my god, but look at the Cold Voider and the Frost Dragon here. And you see the Withering going down on this thing, lowering the armor to 40 and then getting brutalized by the Hobgoblin Archers and the Wolf Raiders over here on the flank, man. Great focus fire, just deleting this disgustingly powerful single entity. The Cold Voider is really dangerous. It's a great tool for the Norskins. I think the idea behind bringing it here was expecting the Bale Taurus character, but even there, I don't think it's the right call. The weakness to fire is a little bit too punishing, and then you have the Ogla Khan stacking flammable on top of that. So minus 45 weakness to fire. Yikes. The armor is already fairly flimsy. This is going to be a very quick game. Renataki has a massive value lead, and the army is still really healthy. The trolls are going to be a little bit of a pain to kill, but I don't think that there's going to be enough pressure to shut down all the missiles. Oh my god, but the Wolf Raiders get routed off in a really unfortunate edge of the map kind of situation. Wow, 2 fairly healthy Wolf Raiders get routed off by an untimely terror route from the Frost Dragon. Ogla Khan's boys are still alive, though. And the Warhounds continuing to get beaten back. Nice burning head on these Marauder throwing axes. They get roasted, leadership breaks. Goblin Labor's not doing a ton of damage, but doing a little bit of something to them. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors are trying to help out the Hobgoblin Archers, who are doing a lot of heavy lifting here. They've gotten some pretty decent value. 965 over here. Infernal Guard Fireglaves opening up on the Norskin Ice Trolls. Not just doing extra damage because of the fire weakness. See, look at the fire weakness from the Ice Trolls right now. They've got a minus 45 at base, I believe. It's going to get even worse with the Ogla Khan's boys hitting a minus 65 resistance to fire. So just a couple of shots coming in from the Infernal Guard, just dunking on these poor trolls right now. This was a Norskin build of all time, dude. I would never ever bring Norskin Ice Trolls. People seem to have this aversion to bringing Skinwolves into the Chaos Dwarves, but Skinwolves are really freaking strong here. They actually trade up into Kadai Fireborn, unbelievably. You might be wondering how the hell that's possible. But the truth is that the Kadai Fireborn's melee attack is too weak to hit consistently against the Skinwolves, and the Skinwolves have a massive bonus versus large of 30-something. It's either 30 or 35, so they very quickly get around the melee defense on Kadai Fireborn, and they're 950 gold, so a couple of Skinwolves can quickly pull down a Kadai Fireborn. whereas the trolls actually have a much harder time in that fight. And skinwolves are really good for bulldozing over stuff like hobgoblin archers, and you really do want some infantry here. Marauder champions are pretty damn good against the Chaos Dowie. They clear out Chaos Dwarf warriors with no problems. They've got decent enough armor to survive the Hobgoblin Sneaky Get missiles, and then they can grind them down fairly quickly. Plus, Wolfric is the best choice because he's got the Sea Fang. And tightly packed infantry formations are where Sea Fang get the majority of its value. Right down the line of an Infernal Guard takes out a good third of their HP, even more if it's a perfectly cast Sea Fang. And then you can also hit the front line with the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, or clear out Hobgoblins as well. Hobgoblin Archers aren't a bad target for Sea Fang either. You get 3 uses of it, so removing the fire damage from your opponent's backfield isn't going to leave you wanting for much. It's definitely going to give you a little bit of momentum if you go for that strategy. Ephemeral Balefiend coming out of reserve finally. You really needed the Pit of Shades earlier. The Pit of Shades would have been great for hammering down the missile units. There was just no way into the backfield. And Renataki has just been slowly but surely hammering down all of the horsemen and the warhounds that Dark Horse was trying to dive with. There just weren't avenues of approach. There are now that the game has been going on for some time, but, you know, with so few Norskin units on the field, you can afford to spread out like this and cap all the points up, because now you can just fully ice the game out. Dark Horse is definitely going to be losing this one. We'll fast forward through it. I doubt the trolls, I doubt any of the trolls got more than 500 value. I'd be pretty surprised. 510 is
I knew it.
probably the high water mark in terms of what they were able to get done. Yeah, brutal stuff. 300, 283, 277, and 510. Cold Voider did worse than the other Chaos Frost Dragon, but neither of them got even close to paying for themselves. And the Hobgoblin Archers here, dude. 1,300 on one of them. 578 on another. 468 here. But the Wolf Raider Cavalry, the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider bows with 903, 1,000, and 1,400 on Oga Khan's boys, who are a crazy strong unit. And let's not forget about our tried and true Infernal Guard Fireglaves, deleting anything and everything in their sights, and 3,000 value. That's about par for the course in a good game for Infernal Guard Fireglaves. If you leave them uncontested and don't hammer them with spells and magic, they are just too damn good. I mean, that's good. That's good value. They were healthy enough in the late game that they could have probably easily gotten another like 1,000 or more if the game had gone on any longer. But Dark Horse was just literally dead and laid out on the mat, dude. Send me a replay from the tournament? Okay, I'll check the... Alright. We'll do one last one. Give me a second. I just downloaded it, so I gotta go plop it in all the relevant folders. Give me them downloads, baby. Yeah, I don't remember. Wait, did we watch this? No, I don't think we saw... Yeah, we definitely didn't see this game. Oh, yeah, we saw Rogue's other game with this build. Oh, let's see what happens here. Bretonia is a really strong faction into the Wood Elves. I will say, though, that questing knights are never part of that equation. Having to bring questing knights is not ideal. They're not a great unit. They're okay. They're just very situational. Really, Bretonia wins this matchup by bringing 1 billion Knights of the Realm and also Knights Errant, because both of those units pummel the living crap out of Wild Riders. And Wood Elves don't have enough armor-piercing mobility, usually, to be able to fight off all the Knights. If they go for stuff like Zotes don't really have enough armor to survive Knights of the Realm, usually. If you get really good heals and Shield of Thorns off, then the Zotes can hold up, but it's asking for a ton of micro from the Wood Elf player. So that's generally why this goes in the favor of Bretonia. Is there's just there's better individual matchups for units, and there's a lot less emphasis on like tricky, kind of gamey plays to get your value. You can just kind of face check the Wood Elves typically. This is a really good situation for the Wood Elves, though. They're doing a good job of poking down Rapunts. Henri Le Massif is a good character. He's, you know, pretty pricey. What do we have magic-wise for Bretonia? No spellcaster on the field yet. You need to have magic as Bretonia. You need the Flocks of Doom, or you need to get your Heavens Caster in. Lifecaster is always an option. I don't think you need a Lifecaster in the Wood Elf matchup. Usually you go for Flock of Doom, because Flock of Doom is really good into the low HP elf factions in general. We saw how well the Flock of Doom did for the Slaughtermaster, so you can get similar stuff done with a Damsel, and then you've still got pretty good durable cavalry units that can roll around and just punch upwards into all of your opponent's stuff. Some Peasant Bowmen coming out on the field. It's a good build-up from Sharky, being very patient. The Wood Elves are not moving up at all, so you're still getting the advantage on the cap situation. I would just wait here. I wouldn't do anything as Bretonia to try and push forward. I'd just keep building up the Peasant Bowmen, maybe get a little bit of a front line in between these guys and the Wood Elf units. What the hell is going on here? That had to be a misclick, right? We just saw 2 Glade Guard get unsummoned by AI here. 500 IQ strategy, maybe. I don't even know what to say about that. That was bizarre. No additional summons, so it wasn't like a deliberate thing. I just can't see somebody doing that on purpose. I don't even think you get all of your supplies back, even if you unsummon the unit with full health and ammunition. I'm pretty sure you still only get about half the supplies in return. Hawk Riders are waiting in the wings. We do have the Glade Guard posted up. Eternal Guard moving to the middle objective with the Branch Wraith. Get a nice Melkoths on the Questing Knights. I wouldn't even waste it on the Questing Knights, because the Glade Guard can, and the Hawk Riders should be dealing with them, since they don't have the shield. Knights of the Realm are where the Melkoths are much better of a target, because they're the anti-large option, obviously, for Bretonia, and like I said, they're the real threat to the Wild Riders. Wild Riders can actually do okay into the Questing Knights, because the AP is wasted, the weapon strength is really good, and they do have decent melee attack, but you can see their melee defense leaves a little to be desired, and I don't know what it is about them. The Questing Knights just don't seem to do as well in sustained fights as you would expect them to. It could be that their model size is really big and bulky, so they don't pile into combat effectively. That would be my bet for why the Questing Knights don't do as much damage as you would hope. So, Peasant Mob against an Eternal Guard. Man, I wonder who's going to win that fight, huh? The peasant mobs actually got a little bit of damage in on these guys, but, you know, it's a whopping 500 HP. Not really a whole lot to take home for Bretonnia in that fight. Still holding on to the middle objective, though, but you can see the cap weight problems for Bretonnia rearing their head here. They're pushing a lot of units up on the objective, continuing to try and hold on to the number 2. I think that Bretonnia, honestly, is being way too nice for the Wood Elves right now. They honestly could be pushing a little bit more aggressively. Peasant Bowmen are opening up on the Glade Guard and getting some good value. And the Knights are moving up now. Looking to get around the flank. They really just need to take out these Wild Riders, and they should be set. But you don't want to commit with all 3 of these units here, because you don't want the Hawk Riders to collapse on your rear. Hawk Riders do have AP weapon strength. They have a crazy high charge bonus of 55. They can do some wicked damage on the rear charge against these Knights if given an opportunity. Glade Riders come in. The Knights are also very heavily overlapped on one another. This is a very classic problem that people run into when they're wielding all of these units together in one control group. Is when you give them charge orders, you do it all at once, so they start to narrow in on the same focal point, and their charge bonus is less well used than it otherwise could be, plus they get into this really compact tin can, where they get surrounded very easily, and this is a huge catch. This is a tremendous opportunity for Rogue AI here to ice out all 3 units with a very minimal investment in terms of units and losses there. Does mean that the front line gets folded up a bit. You can see the Eternal Guard going down. You've also got Knights of the Realm just bullying over this Glade Guard unit here, but getting very tangled up with the Eternal Guard and the Dryads. So maybe gonna find a hard time trying to disengage against all this. Knights of the Lionhearted coming in from the flank, looking like they're charging in to maybe try and bail their friends out, but not really going to find much success there. Sharky is hovering around the same amount of value as AI is, but lacking mobile options is going to be a death sentence against the Wood Elves, because you think Glade Guard are squishy to stuff like Knights of the Realm. Well, don't even ask what happens when a Peasant Bowman gets charged down by a Wild Rider. You think you've seen brutality until you've watched that head-up charge happen. Peasant Bowmen basically get folded up instantaneously by a Wild Rider charge. You see, Knights of the Lionhearted struggling really badly now that the Glade Riders and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are chasing them down. There's a lot of bodies around them, too. You can't get too far out in front of your infantry with mobility, even when you think you've got enough mobility to be able to push into and out of infantry. I promise you it's not as safe as you think it is. Peasant mobs and the men-at-arms need to be the ones that you can retreat your knights through and then get the Dryads and your opponent's Eternal Guard stuck on. Because you really want your opponent to wet noodle into the spearmen and peasant mobs. The peasant mobs will go down eventually. They're not a very stalwart unit, but they do have quite a bit of HP. And they do actually hold up units for much longer than you would expect. Blade Rider melting here. The Hawk Riders are just waiting in the wings. I thought they would be used a little more aggressively, but they've been very inactive. It could definitely be used to charge down the Pegasus Knights as they're stuck in combat here. Really nice Shield of Thorns going off, though. It is going to allow the Bretonnians to do a little bit of damage against the Wild Hunters of Kurnus in this losing fight at the very least, but it's just so painful to lose a Royal Pegasus Knight like this. Again, continuing to go in without the infantry support. It's really not adding up to a very nice equation for Bretonnia. Henri gets about 1,400 value, but he's also very overextended. You just gotta play a little bit more. Patiently here. Instead of going for this massive flank and trying to chase down your opponent's Wild Riders the way you were. What you do, you use your 3 riders, or your 3 knights initially to chase your opponent's Wild Riders, but the goal there is to then peel off 1 knight just to continue the chase against the 2. If your opponent wheels around and attacks them, it's still going to take a little bit of time to finish the unit off, and you want to use your knights to go hammer all of the missile units at once. Your opponent's going to hard commit all of their reserves to try and shut the knights down at that point. You move your front line forward to occupy the infantry, and then you want to get your peasant bowmen in range to hammer your opponent's cavalry who are attacking your knights back here, because even if the knights die, they're probably going to kill the very squishy Glade Guard or Way Watchers. And then the Peasant Bowman counterfire is going to give you a nice bit of value against these very squishy Wild Riders, who will assuredly be losing their shield as they're engaged in combat. And 30 armor and 20% phys res will not save you from Peasant Bowmen. Peasant Bowmen have good damage output. They've got a pretty strong missile here, and they do fire fairly quickly, so I want to get as much value out of them as possible. Rapunz has not really done anything. She could be attacking the Branch Wraith right now. There's really nothing to protect it. Although I guess the Hawkeyes or Jakira are kind of waiting in the wings, looking for an opportunity, but Rapunz is way out on the edge here with no protection. You can actually body block missiles with bodies. I've been seeing people do it a little bit more regularly, where against the Wood Elves, when they're afraid of the arrows of Kurnus and whatnot, they move their lords into cavalry and even infantry, and force the arrow of Kurnus to have to penetrate through entire units, which it can do that against infantry, but against knights, cavalry have a very nice profile for blocking Arrow of Kurnus without taking too many casualties. They usually lose like 3 or 4 models, but that's really not that bad. Arrow of Kurnus used to be even more insane than it is now. Still a pretty good spell. God, dude, the Grail Knights get absolutely macerated by the Hawk Rider dive here. The Hawk Riders dove right on top of those guys with no fear and broke their leadership in record time. The Hawkeyes of Jakira got a pretty nice volley off, adding in a little bit of extra damage and the Discourage effect. And once these Grail Knights started routing, as long as you got a unit near them, that momentum is not stopping. Great Melkoths. Beautiful cast on this questing knight, and yet another important unit for the Bretonnians getting laid into by a very nicely timed dive. I think one Hawk Rider could have been used to fly overhead and then rear charge. That definitely would be one small little thing that you could do to further get a leg up in that fight. We finally get the movement up to the objective from the Wood Elves. They've been so patient and careful about the engagement onto the middle point. Rapunz has gone down to the Sisters of Twilight, I'm sure. They've got about 1,400 value, which is acceptable. Flying around on that eagle, they have been fairly annoying. And Rapunz is actually alive. She's just hiding on the edge of the map, running away from fights. Last couple shots coming in.
The enemy has slain our lord.
She's just gonna fall down, and looks like she's taking a nap. Like, the horse is tired from all the running it's doing. It just wanted a break from it all. Another good Shield of Thorns, and that is gonna wear out what remains of the Wild Hunches of Kurnus and the Hawk Riders, but
there is only defeat.
Ton of infantry for the Wood Elves on the field now, and Dryads are more than a match for the peasants without the assistance of the knights. Definitely need to play a little bit more in tune with the front line here. The Bretonnians do. I mean, the front line doesn't want to really be taking too many scraps. They're not intended to get value, the peasant mobs and the men-at-arms. But they do need to be out and available so that your knights can maneuver a little bit more freely. You just want to, like I said, pull the knights back through your spears and peasant mobs, and then force all of these Eternal Guard and Dryads into fights against the infantry, where the infantry will lose, assuredly, but it gives time for the knights and the Pegasus Knights and whatnot to get some good rear charges where they can really take down the mobility for the Wood Elves, and then they can just turn and cycle charge all of the squishy, low armor Wood Elf frontline units to pieces at that point. Hawkeyes are some decent value at 1,300. Branch Wraith, of course, doing well with 1,400 value, just casting Melkoths and a couple of Earthbloods. Hawk Riders with really good value. Once they stopped, once Rogue stopped being really passive with these guys, and actually used up all their ammo and then started getting some good dives with the assistance of some of the Wild Riders, that's where they started to get the real money. And you really do need these things to value trade effectively, because they are 1,000 gold. They're quite expensive. The reason that you're seeing them is because this is a Legendary Lord tournament. There were unit requirements for it. Rapunzel had to bring the Questing Knights, I'm guessing. Probably also had to bring Henri. It's like her best buddy or whatever, I'm pretty sure. I mean, she's supposed to be like Joan of Arc, basically. The Sisters of Twilight have to bring those guys. Good business, dude. Wild Hunters of Kurnus got 2,500 value. Waystalker got 600, which isn't bad. The Wild Riders here with 2,000 value as well. The Glade Riders were terrible. They just got trounced by the Bretonnian cavalry. But they did occupy attention, even if for just a brief few moments, so that AI could move the infantry and some of the other stronger mobility around to have answers available to deal with all of the knights out there. Rolled Rapunzel hoping for Lewin. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. Lewin is just a stronger character. Rapunzel is very weak. She does not have a lot of matchups that she shines in. She can still... You can do like a Felix and Rapunzel build where they're actually pretty nasty together. Because Rapunzel raises... I'll just show it off here so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about instead of just talking about it. Let's get some visual aids in here. Rapunzel comes in on foot. You don't really need to bring any of these other tools, per se. Just the Fleur de Lis banner and also Blessing of the Lady. Her HP is pretty low on foot, but that's why you bring Felix, right? You bring him in, you just drop all of this. Helping Hand is actually kind of good for Rapunzel, because it does give her damage resistance, and, you know, if your opponent tries to snipe one or the other, at the very least, having a character that's got 40% ward save for 22 seconds can be very helpful for actually allowing you time to clear the enemy unit off of poor Felix. And the reason this works is because the Fleur de Lis banner raises the stats of Felix up to a point that he's actually pretty hard to kill in melee combat. His melee defense goes up to 65, he gets 58 melee attack. And then he's got the assistance of Rapunzel. You just run them around as a foot squad together and dare your opponent to try and fight them, basically. They're decently fast enough, you know, 34 foot speed, and on, like, living mortal characters does mean that you can actually do some twirling with them micro-wise to avoid missile fire, which is one of the better ways of killing these characters. Having to fight them in melee combat gets really obnoxious very quickly, man. Definitely not what you want to be spending your time doing. It also helps the peasant front line, because then you can have men-at-arms with well over 40 melee defense. Oh, well, Icon of Devotion doesn't give a melee defense buff. I think it may have used to. But, you know, you get them extra melee attack. And they still have 48 melee defense, the Spearmen at Arms. And they're cheap as hell, right? I mean, it's not a bad idea. Rapunzel also encourages, so she gives, like, another +4 leadership. You can fill it all out with your typical knight line and everything. Lewin is just better, though. Lewin is so easy to use. Obviously, he's a bit of an investment. You know, he's 2850. You start cutting some of his abilities. He's a little bit less appealing. Sort of Corone is like the big, definitely need item. It is a massive debuff for 38 seconds, which is way longer than most other debuffs, and it is an AoE no less. You compare it to another really strong debuff that Skulltaker has in the Bloody Onslaught, and you can see they last about the same amount of time. But Bloody Onslaught only hits one target, right? You've basically got Bloody Onslaught proccing on your opponent's entire mainline army if you time up your engagements with Lewin correctly. The timing is easier said than done, but it definitely allows Bretonnia a lot of leeway, plus Lewin heals. The fact that he passively heals, and it's a damn strong one at 0.2 per second, that is usually why you see him over any of the other lords for Bretonnia. Alberic's the other common option. Alberic has some utility. He's got Braid of Bordello, which raises up anti-large bonus on units, and then he's also got the Trident, which is a good wind spell. I say in air quotes, wind spell, just the way it affects and casts itself. Does good damage, and also discourages leadership, so he can be kind of good for getting some great terror routes when he's on his Hippogriff, because Lewin and Alberic alike are terror-causing units when they're on their big Hippogriff mounts. Yeah, you said it really well. Alberic in the Wood Elf matchup is great, because the Knights Errant at that fight, then at that point in fights, beat Wild Riders. Trident doesn't have a ton of AP, or does it? I can't actually remember, because I don't play a ton of Bretonnia. Oh my god, it's all AP damage. Wowee. 24 all AP damage is pretty nasty. 2 uses of it isn't a lot, but, you know, that's like the same as Sloutnir, and Sloutnir is a great item. It's one of the things that has kept Valkia semi-competitive on the Khorne roster. Alright, guys. We had a nice stream today. I appreciate y'all coming by, showing up and showing out. So y'all keep it easy. You guys take care, and I'll try and get another stream going in the next few days. I'm hoping to find some time tomorrow, which I think it'd be a good time. So come and check it out then if you want to. God damn, dude. The road I love on is so freaking noisy. I don't know if y'all can hear all the shenanigans going on outside or not. But yeah, I'm gonna go eat. So take care, guys. Peace.